you know,
Yeah. Okay.
we'll
Love you.
we'll go
Bye.
from there. Love you
Okay.
too.
I'm pushing the stream, so I just want to make sure it's up and good. Cool.
Okay. Are you good there, mate?
I think so. I'm pushing the stream, so I just
No.
want to say something.
Uh,
Good.
say something.
Cool.
Okay. Are you good there? Say something.
Okay, great. Actually, stand by quiet for 1 second.
Uh, you good there?
Okay, it's good. Um, we are ready. Do you want to see the stream? Go on to the website YouTube and check it out real
Okay.
quick, and you can see where I have the new, like I have chat. So
Oh, you have chat, eh?
I do have chat in there. Um,
Oh yeah. Okay, cool.
do you want that?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, cool.
I think chat will be fun because it's just you guys, anyways.
Okay, cool.
I don't
Okay.
see why not.
Yeah,
It'll add to it, you know.
yeah. There's just they'll see all my stuff, uh, which
Um,
is
but they would see that for everyone. Oh, I see what you're saying. Uh, I mean, that's true. You are going back and forth. But it's kind of in. What do you think?
I mean, it's odd because it's non-traditional. Usually you'd be the one doing this, but at the same time, then we
True.
would see all your stuff.
And
So
that's the thing is that either way you'd see shit. So,
yeah,
um,
you would almost have to join as player, to do that, but then you wouldn't be able
player
to act.
zero basically.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
know what? Let's do this. Don't do it this session. We can see if we can come up with a solution during the next week. Okay.
okay. Yeah, I have plans. I just need to.
Because like I see what you're getting at. I feel like we could do it, but I just want to I want to do it right, and I want to also be able to give you your privacy in a sense, so that way you don't feel like
Yeah, exactly.
you don't feel like you could play.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Because at the end of the day, this is for you guys. Like the stream is just kind of for us to like rewatch.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right.
I am going to be ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Great.
Did you want to mute
okay.
Joey's laptop?
I don't. It's in his room and he's downstairs, so I don't think it's gonna do
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready?
I am ready. I was born ready.
Okay. So we will be going into our feed now. Can you see this?
It's
Scroll
black.
down to the very bottom.
I do. I see. Oh, I see.
Do you see?
I see.
Excellent. All right.
Music?
I'm killing it.
Okay.
So, as you are drifting off into your meditation, Joey, do you mind actually muting yourself there? Thank you. As you are drifting off into your meditation, the last images of kind of what you had seen with the vial and the day and everything else kind of run over you. And you think on things. On Thank you. All right, we're just gonna start over from there, and we'll redo the stream from here.
What are you gonna do? We're still live, so all
I know, but you can always edit this later.
right, go ahead.
Veritan, as you drift into your meditative state, you can hear the winds outside. It's kind of a clear night still. You know that Katha is out, and that brings you a sense of familiarity, solace. The first time that you have seen the moon since coming here. You think on what you've experienced these past few days, and your thoughts drift into the past. As you're doing this, you're absently twirling Luan's feather. Rune is next to you, curled up on the bed. And you begin to just trace symbols, things that don't mean anything to you. Just doing things in your book, almost second nature, as your thoughts drifted off further into thinking about a different time, a different age, a different place of you in the Pallid Grove. And you think on the things that you've seen there, and your thoughts drift to the images of runes, both familiar and strange. And for a second, you catch yourself thinking of this. And looking down at your notebook, you see that you have indeed scrawled runes that you don't really know. Things that are still a mystery to you. And as that mystery kind of dwells in your brain, Katha peeks around the corner, and moonlight casts itself slowly into the room. Everything has a slowness to it, a stillness in your meditative state. You're just experiencing this transition of time. And as it transitions over the pages, there's a silveriness. The runes spread, glow like quicksilver. And it spreads outward from the page onto the table. And as it starts moving towards you, there's a flash, and light encompasses you. And you awaken on a different plateau, elsewhere, looking out at a vista that you have not seen. It's a view from the heavens almost. It's breathtaking. The moon in her brilliant fullness behind you, lighting up this valley as you look out upon the world. And from behind you, you hear someone. What is it that you seek?
I turn around. Who's standing there?
Looking upon you is an elf. And as you gaze at him, you see robes, ornate, familiar at the same time. The pattern reminds you of your own cloak. Ruins that you have seen and both you haven't seen cover the entire thing. You see images of Sehanin and Katha encased across it. Behind him lie temples. It appears to be a city.
Are we high in the mountains?
You are on a plateau overlooking the mountains.
Does he look like me?
He looks like an elf.
Like,
He doesn't, the question that you're asking, I suppose, would mean that He is not as pale.
Yeah. Where am I?
You know where you are. What is it that you seek?
I don't know where I am. I
Everything.
lost.
We are all on a different journey, just like the moon is on a different journey, time and time again. You are in one phase, but phases change. What is it that you seek?
I don't know. I have no idea.
My son. And he grabs your hands, and as he does so, you feel your book. You feel the familiarness of Arwen and your magic, and everything kind of tied into that. You also feel a deep tether with these hands of knowledge, a tether to Sehani, a tether to the moon, a tether to answers, questions, mysteries, wonders, light, dark. And he turns a page, and the page is blank. You have already chosen. You have yet to accept it.
Except what?
The moon has many phases. Sometimes the darkest path is the only one that can find the faintest light. And in a swirl, your robe lays before him, or I should say your cloak. Visibly upon it, you can see the symbol for the new moon, the faint outline of a missing moon. And on above it, you see the subtle aura of the moonbow of Sahamin. Accept it.
I'll reach down to my robe and pick it up.
As you reach down, he hands you Luan's pen. Accept it. And he motions for the moon.
On the robe. Uh, Maybe I'll reach down and start drawing the moon on the robe.
As you reach down, you start drawing Katha, your own symbol, your own interpretation of her. You are filling the space where the new moon is. And as you do so, you see the rune change and adjust as if you were molding it yourself. And looking up, the man is no longer there. Looking back down, the symbol seems familiar, but once again different. It reminds you of the runes that you've seen in the sanctuary when you summoned rune. Yet, none of those things. Deep in the back of your mind, nay, somewhere deeper, somewhere that still sleeps, you feel an answer respond. awaken. And looking down, your cloak, Katha, a ray of light comes down over the cloak itself, and you see it shudder, and it glides outward. Silver etchings move and shift, and you suddenly realize your robe, your cloak that you have carried for so long, is changing. The moon lies dark in the center. The moon bow gets brighter. The robe itself, the cloak itself, awakens to the touch of the light. You begin to see the runes down below at the faint tendrils coming down off the end of the robe itself shimmer and glow. You see the faint shift of trees inside the cloak itself. You could almost see the moonlight coming from above, passing through those trees into the robe. And something in you changes.
I want to put it on.
As you put on the cloak, the world grows dark, and you suddenly see an empty sky, and then a light. A comet shoots across the sky, tearing open the void. It falls far into the distance, the light growing dimmer and dimmer. An echo. Find the light. Find the light, Eridan. And as the light grows dimmer and fainter, your eyes adjust and you realize that you are back inside of your room, staring into the light of a candle. Rune, pacing next to you. Her eyes light up when she sees you.
Am I wearing my robe?
You are wearing your cloak.
Is it different?
It is different.
Sweet.
Rune sniffs you eagerly, and as your robe glances across her, there's a glow. And Rune starts to shimmer a little. And you see the moonlight coming off of your cloak from the moon outside, shimmering, passing into Rune, and she herself is now glowing. And as she looks at you, one of her eyes now shows the waxing of the moon coming in.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of look at my book. Is there still runes drawn in it?
There are, but not to the extent that you had seen before when it awoken.
Okay.
I will leave you on that.
All right. Sweet.
Would you like to look at your cloak?
Yeah.
For the sake of this, I will say that you have spent some time then for the remainder of the evening looking into this.
Sweet.
Okay. You will find that when we return.
All right.
Okay. And on that, I will grab, I believe Eve is up next.
Sweet. I'll go ahead and just mute myself.
Honey, Joey, we're running a little behind, so it's fine. I'll let you know when you're ready. Huh? Okay. Sure. I'll just grab. Okay. All right. And have you found yourself on the bottom of the page? Scroll down.
On roll 20.
Mm-hmm. You are here.
Okay, hold up. I see ya. Ooh.
Have you found yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Eve, as you drift off to sleep, your thoughts are filled with the events that have happened. Your mind drifts. You think of how you've known things and how the stars have always soothed you. You think on what Pale Bank has taught you. And you crave a freedom, a chance to be outside. The indoors stifles you. There's a need to get out.
What time is it?
It is late. The moon is out. The stars seem like they are out from your window. It's cold.
Okay. So this is cool. Okay, so I don't know. I guess I want to just explore the whole room. Know what
Sure.
that, like why this drawer is half open.
You were absently looking at things.
Okay.
You remember doing this. This is your room. You're familiar with it.
Okay. Okay. And then what time did you say it was again?
You don't know, but it is late. The stars are out. The moon is out. It is dark and it is quiet. The faint glow of candles, torches, just holding on to a little bit of their light is there.
Okay. Um,
You hear a voice calling to you. It is pulling you outside.
okay. look out the window and see if I see it.
Make a perception check. You notice a glow. You see a shift of movement, but you didn't quite make out what it was.
And so I guess what I want to do is go outside. I'm on the second floor, correct?
You are?
So I want to. Yeah, so if I want to leave, I have to go downstairs.
The urgency is heard in the voice.
Can
Feels
you?
far away.
Okay, so have me go outside.
Okay, you'd like to go outside. Do you want to just go straight outside from the inn?
I guess I would put on a jacket first.
Okay. You grab your cloak.
Grab my cloak, and any weapons I may need.
Okay.
To go outside.
Okay. You go outside of your room. The torches are faintly flickering, but you do see that it seems everyone has gone to bed. As you make your way down to the stairs, it's quiet. And I'm actually going to drop you up on the top of the map for this.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it's taking me a while. My computer's really
It's okay. Downstairs, the inn is faintly glowing with faint light. The embers of the fires at both hearths dimming out. You can see where Billy was playing. You can see where you were dancing. The memories of the evening kind of holding heavy in the air as you hear once more from outside.
Okay, so I want to follow the voice outside.
Okay. You open the door, and it is cold. The wind hits you. And above you, the stars beckon.
The stars are calling.
Looking up, the sky is so clear. It almost feels like it could swallow you. And for a moment, it feels as though you could fall into it. And then you do. And the sky opens and swallows you. And you feel yourself pulled into the stars. A sense of euphoria, this feeling. You feel as though you're alive. And you get the sense that the answers to everything are out here. A deeper nature than anything that you've ever felt lies out here. Visions of the stars, the cosmos fill your eyes.
Whoa.
And you just fall into constellations, into a sense of being, a sense of existence so much bigger than you. And you plummet into this wonderful, full void of everything. Everything that you've ever wanted, everything that you've ever known lies in here. You can feel it filling you, becoming you, In the stars, as they swirl around you, you can see constellations forming. You see a familiar white snow leopard, starry, drifting past you. You see a wolf, one that you've seen in the past, in the woods, gliding through the trees. As it moves, a giant badger shifts under a rock. An elk calls from nearby, drifting past, running from the wolf. A cat meows. A horse gallops into the scene. It neighs next to you. The starriness of it, its tail, you could feel as though the constellations themselves are with you, are part of you as these animals move around you in this forest that feels as though you are in your home, but at the same time, though, in something so much bigger than any forest you've ever been in. The nature of nature, quite literally, calls to you as you fall into this. The sense of flying, of soaring, of moving through the sky carries you until you are flying like a comet, drifting across the sky, traveling through the night, chasing the horizon.
That's so cool.
And you hear a voice again. Eve, my star catcher.
Do I recognize the voice?
It sounds like Estrella. Eve,
Yes.
there is more that you must do. You are the light that chases the darkness. Eve, the darkness grows. It's growing.
I must be the light in that darkness.
Eve. And you feel a pull as though the stars themselves shift, and you looking up, you see the stars have realigned themselves in a different pattern, a different location. You have yet to be at this location. Ice drifts about you. The land has shifted. You've traveled over waves, oceans, and you feel this moving ice. And the stars have realigned. And even though you have never been here, you know the stars. You know where they are, and you know where to find them. Eve, there's more. Find the tides. Find the darkness. Be the light. And once again, you fall into the sky. The stars wrap themselves up in this warm starfire, this light of the cosmos, this energy that feels so innately part of your core, your essence. And you drift. And then you awaken. Top left.
No, I see it, yeah. I'm saying as my character, like, where am I?
It's cold. But at the same time, though, your cloak wraps itself around you. The breeze coming in from the sea, you smell it. You smell the salt in the air, the sound of the coastal waters.
I want to.
The faint light of sunrise catches the horizon, just the subtlest of blues.
explore what's around.
Make a perception check. You hear birds. You hear the fluttering of a flag. You can see faintly cliffs down below, the sound of waves crashing. Birds are staring at you. It seems that you are on a roof.
I am on the roof. If I do I know what this flag represents? Or is it
Make an investigation check with disadvantage.
did it work?
Uh, it's still a little dark. Your vision's not quite adjusting, and it's fluttering quite a bit right now. You can't quite make out what it is.
Okay, no worries. And these birds
You
are
see a light flash across the cliffside, over waves, and disappear.
kind of like a lighthouse.
The light comes back again.
A lighthouse. Um, can I try jumping down from the roof?
As you look down, you could see that the birds are kind of eyeing you quizzitively, but as you come to the edge, you do notice that there is a lip sticking out. It seems like you might be able to manage it. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Oh, hold on. But normal.
As you attempt to drop down, the slickness of the sea salt on the roof itself catches you, and you don't get quite a grip, and you end up falling. And you fall. But despite falling, you land. You take 3 bludgeoning damage. And let me see if I can do this. And you realize that you are indeed looking at a lighthouse. And the light shifts as it moves past you. And its light kind of fills you a little bit for a moment. As the light swirls around you, you get a sense of where you are, the location kind of becoming more aware. You don't see everything at once, but you do see kind of like the swathing movement of it. Combined with your dark vision, you kind of get the faint sensation that you are on top of a familiar lighthouse.
How is this? Can I make an investigation check to see if this is Elenia's?
Go ahead and make an investigation check. As you look at the lens as it comes by, you remember this lens. You remember Billy fixing this lens. As it comes across, you see this beautiful light kind of cresting across the horizon. Looking out into the distance, you see the storm that's been brewing over there has moved inward and is near Palebank at this point. You can see the light casting across it as though it's tempting it to stop. And the waves are rolling in, the storm rolling in, and the light cutting through it. Cutting through it.
Oh, I, well, why would they let me?
You are high up. You are at the very top of the lighthouse right now.
Okay, I guess I know I should explore what's in here.
You've been here before. You've seen Alenia and everyone up here. You remember seeing Evelina and finding her up here as well.
Yeah.
You know the way.
So, I guess are these birds still there? Or
The birds have fluttered off the roof when you fell.
um okay. So everything's pretty much familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I guess for me to get down, my focus now is I guess I just want to take like one last look and see if I hear that voice again.
Okay. Go ahead and make a investigation check. You don't hear the voice anymore. It's quiet. The sense, though, of what you felt still feels a little real. And looking down, you feel a warmth. And as you reach into your cloak, you pull out the gift from Palebank, from both your mothers, the crystal of ash, the crystal of, well, star crystal. And looking into it, you can see a faint glow, more than what there once was. As you look deeper, you see something, something familiar, something that you have felt in your very essence, that you have flown through. You see a star map etched inside of it, almost like a hologram inside of it, as if you've mapped the cosmos. And you see the stars and you know them, you know where they are. And a sense of not just purpose, but comfort, familiarity, warmth, new power, all washes over you as you hold this. And as you look out over the horizon, you once again see the storm and the darkness creeping in.
Can I, if I'm already kind of familiar with the lighthouse and I know where I am and I don't want to scare Lenya or her mom by just walking in, I want to see if I can like go back to how I was, that what got me here. Like I want to go back into my starry, glowy form. Like I want to see.
You,
Yeah.
as you think about this, you get the sense that whatever brought you here, there's something beyond you, something that you, a sense of something that you don't quite understand, something else, perhaps something deeper, perhaps. But for the time being, you understand that whatever it was, it seems to have gone away for the moment.
Hoping to see if I can fly again. Get back home. Okay. I want to have. Okay, so how?
As you look out once again at the storm from your vantage point, waves rolling in and out, you do make out some sails.
Some what?
Sails dashing against the storm, just as the light creeps across the horizon and cuts through that darkness for a moment, deep into the distance, near the cape as it's coming towards us.
Okay. So, And this is a storm that's coming from the ocean?
You've seen this storm the past few days roiling near the Cape. Seems like it's getting closer.
Uh, and then I see some sort of ships, you said? Or
It
sails?
just seems you get the sense of a ship, but you saw sails briefly in the rolling waves. As the lighthouse came across, it seems like the light cut through the darkness for a moment and you saw sails.
Um, and then I guess I want to try next time the light comes around, I want to see if I could try to spot it. So, like,
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage. Okay. You do see it.
ooh,
As it comes back up to the waves. It's far, but not far enough that you wouldn't. You get the sense, not having ever seen the ocean or the waves or anything else like that, but you get the sense that it is heading towards Pale Bank. And as good as your vision is from this distance, you're not sure when it might arrive, but you get the sense that it has intent of coming here, breaking the storm, and the light seems to be guiding it.
oh wow. Okay, so it seems like it would get here by morning, by dawn.
Perhaps. The winds pick up a little bit as the sea breeze cuts in. The warmth that you felt before is still there, but simultaneously you feel the cold just a little bit more.
Cooling down. Okay, so I guess I would just not gonna wait here till morning.
The dawn is coming up right now. You see the blue light kind of coming up on the horizon. The sun is slowly coming up a little bit. There's a pink glow on the horizon. You do see the faint bits of light. It does feel like the entire night has kind of gone by and you're just coming up for sunrise at this point.
So I don't know. I guess I'll go down.
Okay. You decide to open the hatch and go downstairs. And on that, we are going to break out and go to Joey. I will let you know when it come back on.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Bye.
It is.
You're getting ready, right?
Yeah, where the hell am I? Here we go. What?
I'm not seeing your image for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. It's not opening my screen.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Stop, stupid piece of shit. Ugh. There we go. And technically, I believe it's 2 N's in your name. No, it's 2
One?
L's.
Oh yeah.
Also, I can't see myself. I don't know what this thing's doing.
I can see you. Did it say? I asked you to start the video. You accepted it.
No, yeah, I know. It was already. It just won't let me open the. It's really annoying.
So you cannot see yourself right now?
No, I cannot. And I tried to start it, and it said that I couldn't start it because the host had stopped it. So then, yeah, I don't know.
Hold on. I brought Joey in, and I had him start his video again, but he's not seeing his video for himself. Should he just leave and come back, or should?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and leave and just rejoin.
Okay.
Okay, we're doing it right now. All right. We're just kind of prepping things right now. You could just take a look to see if everything's good. I don't think that you're even on the screen, so you wouldn't be able to see it.
I see black.
Yep. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to see it. So he's rejoining, and we'll go from there.
Works.
Yep. If you want to just stay on, let's see. And are you good there, bud?
Yeah, I don't know why it did that.
It's fine. It just things happen. So all right, Zach, I'm gonna let you go, and we'll start here. All right, cool. You are in the lower right-hand side of the screen.
Huh?
You are in the lower right-hand side of the screen. Do you see
I
yourself?
don't know. I mean, I just am looking at a Screz Zoom meeting. Like,
Go to Roll20 and log in.
okay. Motherfucker. There we go.
So as you're doing that,
It's
having
loading.
woken from a hard night's sleep, you have residual thoughts, something that it feels like was echoing in dreams that you can't quite remember. The sensation of winds, storms, lightning, gales at sea, crashing waves. The sense of something horrible, hidden in darkness. The lightning crashes, a familiarity. Brave.
Zephyrin, be brave in the darkness. Zephyrin, be brave. Show my wrath. Be brave in the darkness. And this feeling of like almost digesting this dream that you don't quite remember and symbols and meanings, you just get the sense of this taste in your mouth of those last words. And you awaken. You are in your room.
Mm-hmm. What a weird dream. I'm going to get up.
Okay.
And I'm going to go check my mother's room to see
As-
if she is back.
Perfect. As you get up, go ahead and make a perception check. Okay. Looking out, you see a new day. You can see the horizon. Just dawn is just coming up. The sun is just starting to glow. And despite feeling like you may be up early, at the same time, though, you feel rested and full. A fullness fills you, new energy, a strength unlike you felt before. You feel invigorated. And you start heading to your mom's room.
Sweet.
Just this. So, as you open your door, you come outside and you see the familiarity of the lighthouse, and you go to the hatch that leads down to your mother's area. As you descend, you're now on the left side of the map. Just scroll left and you'll see yourself. Again, the familiarity of the lighthouse fills you. Everything seems normal. The door is shut, which is a sign that she is typically in.
Okay. Am I at the door or?
Yep. You are
Okay.
at the door.
I'm going to lightly knock. Like.
Lenny?
Mama.
Lenia? Oh, darling, what time is it? Oh, I can see that the sun is up with you, indeed. Well, that was a night, wasn't it? Let me get the door for you. You know what? Just come in. It's not locked. You already know this. And she invites you in. She's on the bed. Kind of the blanket's just wrapped around her. She just having fallen asleep, tossing and turning all night. She slept heavy, it looks like.
So I observe the sheets all over the place and I say, rough night?
Oh, like a storm without someone to hold.
Yeah, I had a
Poor
weird
family.
dream, but I couldn't really make it out quite.
A dream. I mean, when you say weird, I'm already setting the bar pretty high.
It was like a voice was speaking to me, but it was calling me by a name that I didn't recognize as my own, but I knew that it was me. So Not sure what that's about. We'll loop back around to that, but yeah. So, what exactly happened last night? I mean, obviously we were together for parts of it, but you were there and I was there separate. I just kind of wanted to speak with you this morning so that we could share information because we kind of both had a lot going on last night collectively and separate.
Let's go. How about we go downstairs, dear, and we talk about this over some breakfast?
Perfect.
I could use a bath at some point too, anyways. And in light of her commenting on that, you remember that you do indeed have a bath in the lighthouse.
Right.
The two of you come downstairs, enjoying the morning, just looking out. Again, everything feels normal for the most part. You're going to be in the top right-hand side of the screen right now.
No, I see it. It just didn't look quickly. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we are.
All right.
Dang.
You come downstairs into the familiarity of the lighthouse. And you remember just from memory that through the door here, there's just your storage and various things.
Mm-hmm.
And the door over here leads into the bath. Your mother starts prepping the furnace, getting the fire stoked. And you go about just starting to gather things. You end up heading over to the storage area just to grab some wares and food and things just to kind of get started. And you go inside and grab what you need. Come back outside and go back and just start prepping things with your mother. Yes, dear. Eggs sound good this morning.
I mean, sounds great. Sure. Can I help you?
Yeah. Why don't here? And she just starts prepping things with you, and the two of you are kind of just talking as you're engaging in making breakfast. It's something that you're very familiar with. Both of you have done this for years. Elro, well, first, dear, I have to say that I was a little shaken, I guess, after you had left.
Mm-hmm.
I know the cave might have been much. Most people don't go there, but simultaneously, well, you're not most people, and your friends seem
Capable?
unlike most people as well.
Yes, I'm
So
learning that more every day.
I have to say, I was concerned, and perhaps I should have told you not to go or told you to be careful or gone with you, but I was so distracted from that frigid woe that you guys found that seems to be spreading through town. Having just caught up to this information,
Mm-hmm.
I had to go talk to Elro. I had to learn something of what else was going on. As you said, he was doing his own thing, but I had to just I needed answers. And Bowden's not here, and I needed to learn what I could to help in any way that I could. So I talked to Elro, and he kind of explained things to me, and then from there, he just gave me a brief rundown. But he seemed to be in some urgent matter with Trevor. But he did ask that if I saw anything lately, if I've seen anything strange, if anything odd has been going on, aside from that normal or that's irregular freezing illness that happened to poor Ergon and apparently Pelk. And as I looked around and did more digging, it seems that no one really knew, and most were out of town during the height of this, but both myself and Elwar get the strange sense that there's something more, something that we're missing. There's just double stories with the glass blades. There seems to be missing, well, Ergon is missing, as he said. And it just feels as though we've caught up to one culprit only to discover that there's another, something else.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to get involved and do what I could to help you in any way. And I regret that I couldn't have gotten there sooner. But I'm glad to see that you're all right. And it seems that your friends are okay.
Yeah, everybody came out unscathed, thankfully. But yeah, Croaker Cave was pretty treacherous. It wasn't a cakewalk.
I mean, to my knowledge, there's just some larger frogs, but
One
and
very large,
oh, really? How large?
like your typical monster kind of frog.
Okay.
Hmm.
I did not know. Well, I've never been that deep, but I've having talked with the boys at the yard, I I know that the the leather is quite useful. And she shows you a pair of boots that she is indeed wearing. Um, they
Frog leather.
it seems strange to say. I never really said anything about it, but um, well, if you found some, I'm certain that you did. I'll let them. Well, I'll let you figure it out. But they're useful, to say the least.
Hmm.
And so hunting one small one might have been useful, and even two, but I didn't think that there would be as big of a one as you seem to have said. So if I've led you into something of a situation, I apologize.
Oh no, not your fault. It's you told us what you knew, and it yeah. I mean, we took care of it, but it's pretty big. The bigger distress was actually, and is still continuing to be, this frigid woe kind of situation that's taking over our
Yes,
small town.
I feel like we need to talk to Erloro soon. I wish Bowden were here. I just feel that he would know something. Um, and you begin to kind of finish up doing your prep for breakfast. You're just starting to cook the eggs at this point.
Mhm.
And as this is going on, you hear a noise from upstairs.
Is somebody else here?
Not that I'm aware of.
Hmm.
And we're going to pause there.
Oh, okay.
So stay on. I'm just going to go grab something.
Okay.
Okay. No, I'm eating as I'm going. Okay. So,
Oh, huh. Hi.
you come down the ladder and you see that the room is open. You're in the bottom right hand corner. Elenia, you were on pause just for a moment.
I'm currently on pause.
Just for a brief
Okay.
moment.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So I will. I think my mission is to not really disturb or startle them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna my mission is to leave the place.
Okay. So you head down to the other door. You do not go into her room, and you are now on the bottom left side of the screen.
Oh, what? Oh, oh, okay.
And you've descended downstairs. You are passing her mother's room. Go ahead and make a stealth check. Interesting.
What I roll? I can't see.
You rolled a nat 20.
Oh.
Okay. You are descending down the stairs at this moment. Alenia, you and your mother heard the sound of a door shutting, like one of the hatches that lead up into the tower, like your room and such. But after that, you haven't heard anything.
Okay.
Eve, you are on the top right-hand side of the screen.
Right. Well, I mean, I would make my way kind of up the winding staircase towards the noise because
Sure.
we don't
So-
believe anybody is home.
As
I mean,
both
there.
you and your mother start heading up, and as you do, you encounter Eve on the staircase.
Eve, what are you doing here? Did you? I don't remember you coming home with me last night.
Forgive me for asking, dear, but how did you get in?
Okay. So, one. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Two. I didn't come home with you. That is correct. But, I did go to sleep at the inn, and it's a funny story. Don't know how much you're going to believe, but I was sleeping, and I happened to something woke me up, and I started hearing my name being called, and I saw something outside my window at the inn, and then I went outside, and then just as usual, the stars usually always call to me, but this particular night it was very interesting. It's like I was really called into the stars, and to the point where they looked so close that I can reach them and touch them. And the next thing I knew, I am amongst all the stars, and I'm seeing this whole different dimension. And then I started flying through the sky, and then I landed on your roof, on the top of the lighthouse. And then I jumped down from the roof and was like looking around and slowly realized that I'm at your lighthouse. And I didn't know you ladies would be up this early, and so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna startle you guys.
Well, I must say, dear, I think that as strange as your dream was, hers might beat yours.
Oh, cool, great. Honestly, that puts so much less pressure on me. Thank God. So you guys are having weird dreams too. I mean, mine wasn't a dream per se.
I mean, I ended up where I fell asleep, though.
I woke up here.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure that you'll have one night when you don't wake up in the same place, but would anyone like any eggs?
Oh, that would be lovely.
Yeah. Should
I-
we maybe have some bread with this, Mom?
I think there's some veggies that I was making as well, and yeah, I think throw just throw some bread in, and yeah, breakfast sounds nice. Let's have breakfast, and we can kind of go from there.
Yeah, I would love
Uh-huh.
drink millennia.
You seem a bit damp, dear. Are you wet? Were you cold?
I guess it was cold. I don't remember. Maybe I got wet. Maybe it's just from the waves being up outside.
Were you in the water?
Yeah.
The sea breeze up there. I must say myself, having awoken on top of the lighthouse, the moisture gathers a bit.
Yeah.
Perhaps you'd like a bath at some point before you head back.
Yeah.
Right.
Find that bad.
I'm gonna make sure.
I
Well,
need one
I
too.
think that maybe just to warm you up, but I can also see that you may have both been in a battle yesterday, and it probably couldn't hurt. So,
Yeah, we're probably still got frog guts on us and stuff.
yeah. Why don't we have breakfast, and then I'll make sure that the water's warm.
That would be
Awesome. I
And
was
for the
too tired to
sake,
deal with it last night.
I can understand. Um, Interesting. And she's just gonna start eating her breakfast, and
okay. Why is that interesting?
just I've never had someone wake up on the lighthouse before in quite the manner that you did. Sure, it was quite the view.
Yeah, it was actually, yeah, the sun was coming up actually. Oh, there should be a ship coming in pretty soon, or sails coming in.
A ship.
Sails?
You saw a ship.
Some sort of ship. Yeah, out. And then I guess I kind of want to like look out the window and see if I see it. I felt like it was
And on that note, as you're saying this, Avelina is running up the stairs. And
You said a ship came in?
well, it was more of like sails. I couldn't really see it. The only reason I saw it was because of the. I was trying to figure out where I was, and then I realized the lighthouse was happening, and then the light shone right in the like the specific spot in the ocean, and there's kind of like the storm from afar.
Interesting. What did the sails look like?
Actually, I have no idea. What
Okay.
did it look like? The. I couldn't really see it. I think it was just more of like a distinction, like it was out there.
it was stormy. You saw swelling waves. You saw sails. You didn't quite get a look at the ship itself. You don't know what to recognize. You've never seen a ship before that you would be able to recognize anything. Um, and you hear just upstairs just the sounds of banging and the ladder moving and all these sounds are rushing as you're just hearing this, and it seems like your mother has made it to the top in light speed, and you
Is
hear just a squeal of and again bang, this rummaging of a ladder coming downstairs, and she rushes back downstairs and says, okay ladies, I'm going to take a bath first. I think that we should all probably take one. Alenia, I don't know if it's Bowden, it might be, but I have to tell Elro as soon as possible. Um, I'm going to get in the bath, and we'll go from there. And she is just like sporadic, like just spastic almost, in like how energized and awake she is. She's barely touched her food.
okay.
Okay.
I guess we'll just eat while you bathe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's great. And she's already jumping into the bath and just like going inside and just doing her thing.
Yeah. There's no stopping her.
Yep.
So, what was your dream, Millennia?
It's kind of a little fragmented, but I just heard like a voice talking to me and calling me by a name that I recognized as mine, but it wasn't my name.
You have another name?
I don't, but yeah, it seemed to be guiding me, kind of. I don't know. I guess it's similar to your dream in that way, but like I woke up in the same spot that I woke up or fell
Yeah.
asleep.
I definitely heard my name being called, but it was the name Eve. It's the name that I'm known for.
Yeah.
And
Did what happened at the inn after I left last night?
I think I just had something to eat and then went to sleep. I know the girls stayed up a little bit longer. They were eating with their fathers, but other than that, I just kind of got myself a snack to settle the stomach before I go to sleep, and went to bed. And then, well, yeah, then this happened. But nothing really interesting, nothing dramatic, or other than those conversations that we have.
Okay, water's still warm, girls. Go ahead and finish breakfast. Lenny, if you can just clean up a little bit. Honestly, it doesn't even matter at this point. Take care of your things, and I will see you girls later. I have to go and talk to Elro, and we'll just go from there. Okay, bye.
Be careful, Mom.
Bye.
She just goes upstairs. You see her just frantically. You just hear her changing things, drawers opening, shutting. You just hear like sheets being kind of like hastily folded, like all kinds of like rapid last minute cleaning. And then as you guys are finishing up your breakfast, then you just see her again, fully dressed, hair still wet, running down the stairs, and she just exits out the door and is gone.
Crazy. Well, I guess we should go shower, bathe.
Right. You're welcome to go first. I'll clean up a little bit. I don't want to leave the house like this.
Yeah, I could definitely help you. Let me at least put my dish away.
Perfect. So we will say that you both have done your dishes, and Eve, will have taken a bath. Lenia, you also will have taken a bath separately or together. That's up to you. So we will. What are you two planning on doing? I suppose after your bath.
Scissoring? Maybe not.
No, I guess it would be just getting dressed and looking to see if that ship is coming in, and then heading back to the inn.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then just to expedite the process, we will say that you have officially kind of gotten up, gotten ready, had breakfast. You both bathed. It feels nice. You feel, even though like weren't conscious of it yesterday, you really feel clean, and you don't realize how nasty you actually were.
Yeah.
Your clothes, you kind of just like gave a quick rinse and had laid out by the hearth while you were bathing, and overall you feel a lot better.
Okay.
Okay. And you both come back and go outside, and again, looking out into the horizon, you can't quite see the ship from here. The vantage point was much better from up top, but you do see the storm. It's definitely a lot closer than it has been the past few days. And overall, like it doesn't feel like it's that far away. Maybe 10 to 20 miles or so. It's kind of creeping in on the horizon quite a bit, and you can see just the waves rolling back and forth. But you can't quite make it out from this distance.
Okay. So should we go back to the inn? Do you think that's the best thing to do, Elenia, or should we wait here?
No, we shouldn't wait here. I do kind of want to see if the ship is in the harbor, because that means Bowden could be back. But I do want to.
Looking out from where you are right now, you can see the harbor. There's no ship is in the harbor right now. You can. Eve was looking out from where she had kind of pointed in the direction. You get the sense that it was in the storm that she saw from atop the lighthouse.
Yeah, it's not reaching here yet. Maybe in an hour, I would say it would dock.
Oh, okay. So then, I mean,
Eve, make a persuasion check.
Okay. I don't know. I'm obviously this is my first time seeing a ship.
I think
go ahead and take off advantage. Elenia,
that's also perception. You said persuasion.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fine, but take off advantage or disadvantage, whatever you have. Great. Either way, it's about the same. Elenia, you get the sense that Eve is saying something, but not really fully understanding how ships work, perhaps. And so you're just like an hour ish, like that doesn't exactly add up to you, but
right.
Anyways,
yeah.
From there, you two start making your way back into town, and we will leave you there. So at this point, what we're going to do, guys, is we are going to jump back in, I think, to the full session pretty much, but we're going to have Billy just do a quick thing. And then just to bring you all in. So at this point, what we'll do is we'll probably be kind of like people might be in the wings or at various points. I will let people know, obviously, when everything happens.
So back.
You can hang out still in the screen. At this point, we will be inviting people back.
Okay. I'm gonna move where I'm sitting.
I only see half of you. Oh,
Yeah.
there's the other half.
What is up?
Clean the semen off the lens.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. That's how uncouth of me.
Been there.
So did you guys die or what happened?
Oh yeah, we're dead. You're talking to our ghosts.
Yes. So what's it like in Horse Heaven? Can you visit
It's not quite as heavenly as you would expect.
it? Oh no! False advertisement.
Pretty bleak.
Ugh.
I don't know, man. The My Little Ponies from Horse Heaven that we saw,
Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
that was
That was so
hilarious.
funny. That was the best.
So,
What's going on?
to let you know, just because I'm trying to bring everyone kind of back in at this point. We're gonna all be starting the session initially like this, and what we'll do is we'll just bring people in from the wings as things happen.
Sure.
So, Billy, we are on you.
What's up?
So, you awaken, feeling revivified, resuscitated,
Woo!
respected.
Hmm.
You went to bed last night with the sense of accomplishment, adventure,
Yeah.
and the feeling that you might have upset Fenton a little too much, but at the same time, though, you did good. You know you did good. You're prepping for the day, doing your calisthenics. You can actually see over in the corner your dummy that you like to test with, that you made yourself from things that Arl had given you. And you begin practicing your fencing, your calisthenics, going over the moves, thinking about memory, sea salt, the creak of a ship at sea, in the waves, the sound of camaraderie, of a crew, of rope pulling against sails. And you begin to just get into a staccato, a rhythm, as you kind of go through your pacings of this memory.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The dummy's name is George, by the way.
Okay.
And so I go through.
George is looking pretty rough at this point. You've been going a lot harder for some reason. It feels like you feel stronger. You feel as though Nikki's lessons were put to use in a way that you haven't used it before. You find that memory and this feeling of practice has ingrained itself a little bit further into you. And you feel a little bit lighter, a little stronger, a little bit more powerful.
I'm training with George as it goes, I'm really like breaking a sweat here, going over all the moves and perfecting things and trying stuff on my own, even building on what Nikki taught me.
Go ahead
Until
and make an attack roll with your rapier.
okay, it's this poor stupid dummy. Oh, George. Why won't you do anything? Why will you not? What? Hold on. Sorry. Oh, that's why. Okay. What's happening?
And go
20.
ahead and roll for damage.
Do I get? I was gonna say, do I get advantage because it's a dummy? Oh man, sorry, I don't know why it like
And
went 3 times.
with a sweep and a stab and a jab, you watch as the dummy in front of you, this horribly ghastly figure that you have drawn with ink in this horrible snarling face, as you stab and slice and decapitate in one go, George is down.
With that, as I take some heavy breath, I clean the rapier.
The fluff of George wipes clean off your blade.
I sit on the bed, I take out the whetstone, and I sharpen it, thinking about just going through my ritual, taking care of that as I cool myself off. And once the blade is all taken care of, I put it away, and then I take out the loot, and I start going through my morning ritual with the loot and tuning and
Okay.
and what I want to do is, after I tune it and go through all of what Harthok taught me, I want to take out the dragon spike and cause it to spark and listen for that sound, and I want to try to recreate it, see if I can, now that I have it, like, see if I can make that same sound with my lute.
Go ahead and roll a performance check. Veritan, in your room, you are hearing an epic battle taking place. You are hearing this. I mean, you are hearing dialogue, the sound of Billy fighting this famed Captain George, and just going to town with jabs and stabs and fainting, going, "Good one, George. Another go," and back and forth as you hear this. You're familiar with these sounds, having slept here a couple nights now.
Okay, so he's okay.
You've heard him doing calisthenics before and doing these things in the morning. Today he seems extra into it. So previously you heard the sounds. Today it feels like he is performing.
Invigorated.
Okay. Billy, you attempt to make this sound, and you just hear this, and it's not a pretty sound. You've made better.
Okay.
When you hear the sound, it sounds kind of like, I didn't do what I wanted to do.
Frustrated. I with the loot all set, I put that behind my back. I pocket the dragon spike. I get up off the bed, kind of straighten myself up, and I head downstairs.
Okay. As you open your door, Veritan, you are aware that Billy is the room across from you, and you have been up for some time, and I will actually give you something. But in the meantime, um, you've been focusing on the night, everything else that's kind of happened and such, and your thoughts have been kind of with yourself. But obviously, you've had some time waiting, and you have heard Billy go through his routine, and you hear the sound of him opening the door gallantly for the day, and his kind of claws make a distinct sound on the wood as he's heading downstairs.
Okay.
And I'm humming a little jaunty tune to myself as I go down.
Awesome. I'll just kind of finish packing up my stuff, putting all my notes and journals away. And I am going to, before I head down, I want to kind of prepare for my day. So like before, I guess any of this would have happened. I don't know if we can reverse time a little bit.
Okay, go for it. So Billy's kind of doing his thing as this is going on. If there's something that you would like to do in the meantime, I
Yeah.
will also drop something in with you.
I would have liked to kind of prepare my day. I want to cast. I want to cast mage armor on myself.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then I want to kind of meditate for an hour and just kind of go over what happened.
Okay.
And then I'll get that slot back for my day. So.
Oh, interesting. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
So pretty much at the end of your first 4, you are saying that you'd like to cast that, and then pretty much do the same, take another meditate to do that.
Yeah.
So you essentially have another 4 hours or so.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So
I
like just
it.
kind of that, and then
Mhm.
I would have also, obviously if I needed to, I'm assuming rune's just with me, so I don't need to cast that in a ritual or anything.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have probably just gone through my notes of everything, gone for my cloak. That probably would have been resting on the chair, and I'll put it on, kind of just look at myself in the glass of the window, and just kind of stare for a second. And anything happening outside?
Hold on 1 second. Okay. The knowledge of your cloak has hit you at this point, and you've had time to uncover it, as well as looking outside. Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right. Make sure normal.
The weather seems a bit kind of, it's not as clear today. There's a breeze definitely coming in. The sun is coming up, but it's a little bit darker still. You don't really make out that much. It seems like there's a decent amount of snow outside. It's cold.
Okay. And my window faces towards the mountains.
Your window, yes. So your window faces towards the mountains, and you also are looking at the Temple of Moradi and Pelor.
Got it. Okay. I will. I'm assuming. So now, just kind of catching up with time. I'll get ready as I hear him claw past my door. I'll just kind of look at Rune for a second, and just kind of stare, like kind of just as I kind of look back and forth at my cloak and the reflection of the glass, and kind of look at Rune, who would have like gone up onto the desk at this point, and just kind of waving her tail back and forth. I'll just
Both of them
kinda,
are just
give her a little pet, and I will kind of pull my cloak open, and she'll jump in.
and there's an energy about her right now. There's still almost like a faint glimmer of what you saw, and she kind of dashes around you for a moment, and you kind of see that little like ripple that we talked about before kind of pattern through you as she then goes into your cloak.
Okay. I will make my way downstairs.
Okay. All right. Billy would have passed at this point, so we will say that he did. And Billy, you are heading downstairs with a jolly gait this morning. You are ready to conquer the day. And you make your way downstairs. And Veritin, you also are making your way outside.
Ooh.
Wow.
And
Look at
you
this.
are heading downstairs. You decide that you want to also
Oh
go
my gosh.
the similar path as Billy. Go ahead and scroll to the top of the screen to see where you are.
Wow.
And you come downstairs.
Wow, look at this.
Look at this
Look
map.
at
Jenna
this
had
guy.
requested to see what the inn looked like.
Wow.
Oh, this is cool.
The power of the ring.
Yeah. Very good.
Oh, man, this place is huge. There's 2 fireplaces. I didn't know that.
There were 2 herbs.
Is it a map in our handout?
For the sake of things, just to kind of allow you to see this, since you are
We're
not
like
currently
not
there.
yet.
Okay, so I can't see
yeah.
it for that reason. It's fine.
Yes, but I will say that we can drop you in just briefly to take a look at it.
Right. I mean, I've
Because
been there like
you would have
5 times.
you would have seen this. So, just for a temporary time being, Eve, we are dropping you in, and Eve's ghost and Elenia's ghost.
Cool. So
We
I would
are
have
ghost bitches.
walked down the stairs and kind of taken my like morning look around. And be like, well,
Oh yeah.
still a shithole. All right. And
How dare you? Said the ghost of Elenia.
Yeah. What was that?
It may be a shithole, but it's my shithole, all right?
And Billy, again, you are familiar with your stool there. You often put your loot in the corner there. This is your corner that you perform in. So, again, coming downstairs, it's early enough at this point. You do hear some sounds in the kitchen.
Arlo, is that you? Oh, Arl. What did I say? Arl. I combine names. Arl, is that you?
Billy? Oh, good morning.
Good morning. How'd you sleep?
Not great, I'm afraid. It's a lot happened last night, and I think I gave away half my inventory. Trevor might owe me a bit, but I'm okay. That family that you guys took upstairs, how are they?
Oh, they're fine. They're fine. We settled things quite well with them, and I think they'll be okay. They'll be okay. I was wondering if you happen to have could whip up me a little breakfast. Do I see Veritin? Do I see him here? Do I know he's there with me?
Veritin at this point has made his way to the stairs. Veritin, would you like to be known to Billy?
Yes.
Okay. Then you may enter, and how you would.
Cool. And I would enter like this as I walk down.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Totally seems like your character.
What the heck? Why didn't it go? There we go. 5.
Okay.
So just
you are actually
gallivant
walking.
down.
Go ahead and do that with advantage as you come down the stairs.
Oh, with advantage. Why?
And he's still, even though his footsteps seem silent at the same time, though, he is making a ruckus this morning as he looks at you, Billy.
Veritin, I was just about to ask Arl if he could whip up some breakfast. Are you hungry?
Yes, I think that might be a good idea. Get some food in us before our day begins.
Yeah.
Arl, if it's not too much trouble.
I could do that. Has Elro squared things away with you guys yet, or no?
Not yet. It's on our list of tasks for this day to square things with him. But we will. Thank you for reminding me.
Sure.
Actually, DM, sorry to pause you. Where did we leave off last time with everybody? I honestly, I didn't get the pre-show.
So I was actually gonna have him make breakfast for you guys, and we were gonna do
great.
the pre-show thing. So
Okay, cool.
Arl kind of looks back at Billy. Billy, I know you've been in here before. I saw the money. Thank you. Why don't you come give me a hand?
Sure. Don't mind if I do. Veritan, just a moment. I'm gonna help him with breakfast.
Okay.
Let the girls know if they come on down that we're making some.
Yes, I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you.
And as Veritan grabs a seat at the bar, Arl and Billy head back into the well-stocked kitchen that you noticed last time and begin to make breakfast.
Arl, when you said you had to give up half your inventory to Elro, why?
Well, no, I meant last night. Trevor decided that drinks were, well, free, it seemed, for a moment.
Oh, yes. Yes, I definitely took advantage of that.
Oh, did you?
Anyway, keep going.
And he's holding a knife in his hand that he's going to chop a potato with, and he just kind of like... I see there, Billy. All right, then. Looks like we'll be playing a bit more, then. And you guys continue with breakfast, and you begin making a good breakfast. More than you would eat for the three of you, since it seems like you might be making more for people that might show up.
Right.
And on that, now that we have partially everyone together, but not quite. Sorry, guys. I know that was a bit of a tricky one working with me there. So
good.
Let's do where we left off. Good luck to everyone that's doing the charades with this one, because I've given you some fun ones to try and do. So get ready, sirs.
Are you ready, Billy?
Oh, I'm ready, Eve.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I literally, when you did that earlier, I looked up how much they cost again, because like I may get myself a pack. And then I found like this. There's like a whole storyline, a whole game. There's like
there is a storyline.
Yeah, Ryan. So at some point we will be doing a spin-off, like we said, of the horses in Fandalen when we went into the cave.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Oh yeah. No, it's definitely in the old process.
Yes, I cannot wait. I obviously have to be the rogue horse. I mean, obviously.
I mean, yeah, you're all gonna bond to whichever spirit horse is your horse.
It makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whichever one that Zeph rode sideways, like laying across.
Yeah.
The saddest ride of all time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Gentlemen and ladies, start your charades engines.
Oh, God.
Okay.
When last we met, the party had just sat down and shared the bottle of Bald Dwarf whiskey once again. Warming up from the freezing waters, Veritan moved back into Old Croaker's cavern. Walking past the recently croaked Croak, he sent Rune once again to investigate into the cavern where they battled Halil. After a minute of investigation, he realized the blue dust came from a trap set inside the dragon's mouth, adorned on the chest. Eve may or may not have found a ring that doesn't come off, and Billy found the sweet song of intoxication. Tired, cold, and carrying an unusual amount of frog legs, our heroes left the cave and started the short trek back into town. Despite being exhausted, Billy felt rather good, and the warm whiskey sang to his piquing curiosity. Why did they gather the frog legs? Avelina had mentioned it briefly, but that seemed like days ago, not mere hours. Billy, awash with alcohol and questions, conducted the group with his heavily appendaged back toward the rapidly closing yard. Rurik Braunanvil was beset by the beleaguered bard and badgered with Billy's ambiguous, amphibious bouquet. After getting everywhere and nowhere, Billy convinced Rurik to take the legs, whereupon his brother Corfel would assess them. As a parting gift, Billy offered Rurik one last sip of the fine whiskey and ended up parting with the bottle. As they walked back to the inn, Eve began to express concern over the blue dust, but Veritin put her mind at ease as they entered the warm establishment. Finding a larger crowd than the past few days, Billy eased into a tune of merriment that sparks Eve and Elenia to once again duel his song and dance. Familiar faces jump out of the crowd as Honor and Magic, the young tiefling girls, join the dancing women. The men from the previous night introduced themselves as Irvin Liel and Fenton Tethwick, the parents of the adopted girls. Hailing from Blade Garden, they had taken the orphaned pair when the war took their parents. With dreams of heading to Uthodurn, the booksellers had come to town with good fortune and good spirits. Meanwhile, Veritin had slipped out of the inn and entered the temple of Moradin and Peller once again. Inside, he found the familiar faces of Trevor and Elro deep in a concerning discussion. After sharing stories, Veritin learned some disturbing information. Tolgi is missing. Ergen's body is also missing, and the two bandits they tied up were found with their throats cut. Veritin, in turn, tells them that the name of his disease seems to be Frigid Woe. Trevor seems to remember the name as something found in Easelcross, and Veritin further explains that they may have been exposed to that, but please be discreet. Elro expresses a deeper concern over finding all the missing items, save one vial of Frigid Woe. They elect to return to the inn to further discuss things with the other party members. Back at the inn, Fenton and Irvin regale the tale of the goat herder and the Aeorian relic they purchased as Honor and Magic create a smoke and light show for Billy. Eve and Lenia continue to level up their dancing skills. Veritin returns under the faint light of Kappa outside, and he makes for an undisturbed corner as Elro talks to Arl and Trevor grabs drinks. As the conversations reach Billy's ears, he moves down to the two men and inquires into Aor. After a quick explanation of what they know about the fall of the Flying City, the pair explain that they purchased the relic. Billy surprises them when he describes it perfectly. Elro explains things to Avelina and asks if she's seen anything from the lighthouse. She has not, but hopes Bowden will return soon to assist. Veritin unveils that they may have been exposed to the disease, and they all turn to look at the dancing woman and Billy as the mood in the room shifts to an alarmed Fenton and Urban. Arl and Trevor pull the attention in the bar back to drinking and merriment, and Avelina, Elro, and Veritin step in and help bring the discussion upstairs into the family's room. They all move into the quarters of the two concerned men. Cooperating, they allow Veritin to use his mage hand to pick up the vial and reveal it. It is indeed what they have feared. Elro gives the reward meant for the young adventurers to the family as compensation. Avelina plays host and helps calm the children and family as Elro presses Veritin to take one more look at the vial. After conceding, it is revealed that there is a crack along the engraving on the glass. This knowledge weighs heavy on the elf, and he will check the logs of passing adventurers in town to see if any information pops up concerning Frigid Woe, a vial of this type and color, or anything remotely related to Aor in this distinction. In the meantime, they should rest. He has kept them long enough. As the sounds of merriment are heard downstairs, Elenia made a quiet walk back home. Eve enjoyed some summer apples with Honor and Magic before going to bed with her own reflections. Billy wrote in his journal and weariedly fell asleep, and Veritin continued to take notes on the mysterious vial that has been the source of so much woe. Yeah.
You know, wasn't my best,
Yeah,
but I felt good about it. What do you think?
I liked when you exited and came back. That was good.
Okay.
I think we had fun.
Ryan,
We had fun.
yeah, I think Jenna and Ryan, there was some good back and forth banter in the mime world. I saw it.
My favorite was the beset by the beleaguered bard and badgered Achilles amphibious bouquet.
You know what?
That was a hard one.
I realized that you might have purposely wrote this so it would be hard to act out.
Oh yeah, he did.
But he clearly forgot our acting prowess and was defeated short after.
Wait, listen, I've been training with Zoom charades for years. Okay, and so it was no match.
No match. I felt
Well,
confident.
I think that this breakfast is no match for two good chefs, sir.
I'd
And
say so.
you guys finish breakfast.
I pick up a couple of the plates. Ellery, you got those right there, and I like take them out to the bar area.
Okay. And as you eat and continue to enjoy the morning, taking it easy, I'd say 20 minutes goes by. The girls are still not there.
So it's just Veritan and I.
For the time being, yes.
Cute.
So
There we go.
I turn to Veritan. So today, what do you think? I think we should. I feel like first and foremost, we need to pay a visit to Vera, this Vera character, and see how she got her hands on the vial and how she was able to sell it to Fenton.
Yes. Do we have any location of possibly where that person is? I know she was just a roaming sheep herder.
I remember Fenton saying that she usually resides in the outskirts up north, maybe 20 minutes.
Can't say that name sounds familiar, and not many people, aside from trappers and such, go out here. I mean, goats that far out, I guess I could maybe see, but
She was a goat herder, yes. This is what.
it's pretty dangerous on your own outside Halebank. I mean, that's why the glass blades kind of do patrols and keep watch.
What would you say we would find 20 minutes up if we were to venture there?
Well, Croaker Caves that way, but then I
Right.
guess if you went more south, and you're going to start hitting the edges of Halebank area, but getting closer to the Crystal Sands tundra, and that's pretty nasty out there.
But up north, all you really know of is Croaker Cave. Nothing else dangerous up that way.
I mean, I'm sure there's danger, but things
there's
that
danger.
I know of, I guess right now, I haven't heard much. Although there's that weird storm that's been happening out there for the past, feels like almost weeks at this point, but
Is it abnormal to see something like that at this time of year?
I think what's strange is that it hasn't gone away.
How long does a storm usually last like that?
Well, most storms, natural storms, come in the area, but they break, like, I mean, or they keep going. But there's, we're feeling it. It'll come down the coastline. The winds, the currents will carry it. Like, I don't know much about being at sea per se. Well, little experience, but overall, it just seems odd that it wouldn't move.
Oh, it's just been stationary up there.
It seems like it's just been in the distance for some time.
That is interesting.
I mean, the past few days, it seems like it kind of came up a while ago, but lately it hasn't been doing much. Just there, out near the Cape.
Out near the Cape.
I didn't really notice before, but with the clear skies, which we don't get all that often, it's kind of gives you a view, and seems just odd, but.
Excuse me, sorry to change the subject. Have you seen two girls by any chance this morning before possibly Billy and I came down here?
Are you talking about Alenia and Eve, right?
Yes,
Eve.
yes. Are they still upstairs? Do you know? Have they come through here at all?
I haven't been up that long, I guess, but uh, I haven't heard anyone come down. I thought Alenia went back to the lighthouse.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
believe
right.
she did mention that.
That's right. That is right. Sorry, my.
But you haven't seen Eve come down.
I can't say I have.
Carl.
Maybe she got an early start to go meet up with Elenia. It would seem strange she would go venture out by herself, but at the same time, that's how she found me by herself.
Maybe. Um, we could check. Maybe. I mean, we can knock on her door and see if she's there before we head out.
Yes, that might be a good idea. Just to check to make sure she's all right. I know we got a little exposed to some of that blue dust. But how are you feeling, by the way?
I feel fine. I actually feel really good. Oddly, I woke up feeling pretty good. How about you?
I feel totally fine. I'm just still want to get ahead of it. If there is something that we are going to show symptoms of, it'd be good to get as fast of a start on how to find a cure for whatever this frigid woe is.
True. Who knows how long it could take? But we're fine now. So let's not. Let's think optimistic here. But we should still investigate nonetheless. I also would like to make a trip over to the yard and see if what Rurick and Colonel have done with those frog legs. If I don't remember much about the deal I made with them, but I know they have it, and I know I need to go back, and so I'd like to check that out. And if we are to venture north, we might need that, whatever it is, as well as we would. Even Elenia would definitely come in.
Of course.
handy.
All right. I suppose we'll go check upstairs and see if they're here, and if not, we'll continue our day. I'm sure it's not a big town. I'm sure they're somewhere. But I know Elenia, we know where she's at least.
Yeah. I'll go upstairs and I'll knock on Eve's door and see if she's there.
Okay.
And
You go upstairs. Arl kind of ways you. I feel kind of weird, but do you want a key? Or
Aurel, please! Girl needs her privacy. Gosh. And then I keep going up.
and Billy goes upstairs. Billy, you make your way over. You know that passing by, you do glance at your left at the room that you had left last night, the big room with Fenton and Irvin and Honor and Magic. Still a little early right now, but just the memory of that kind of hits you for a moment.
Okay.
Nope.
And
And you get to Eve's room.
I knock. Eve, are you in there by any chance? Hello, Eve? I knock again. If must not be there, and then I go back downstairs.
I'm just, as he comes down, I'm just like feeding Rune, who's kind of poked out of my pocket, still snugged in my pocket though. Just her head's like poking out.
Arl sees this and he kind of looks at you and pulls a little like scone out from underneath the counter. Do you think?
And I'll just like put my arms back, look at Rune. See
And
what
Arl
she does.
comes up and goes and offers a scone. Rune takes a sniff and looks at Arl. And you just see Arl's eyes kind of gloss over for a second. And Rune darts into his pocket for a moment, blindingly fast. Comes back out, something in her mouth, and takes a bite of the scone on the way. Arl looks down. Oh, that's cute. Walks away. And you look at Rune and you see a gold coin sticking out of her mouth. as she pops back into the.
I will reach into my little side pouch where I would assume keep gold at this point, coins, since Rune has been taken. I'm just going to pull out a gold and just set it on the counter. And is Billy, is he kind of come down?
Billy has walked back now at this point. Arl's kind of doing cleanup and everything, just whistling to himself. It seems like he's in a good mood after just kind of feeding this interesting fox.
I knocked, she didn't answer, so must not be there. We can go check with Elenia and see. Veritan?
Yes, how's your memory been? I know you kind of expressed to me just a little bit ago you're feeling a little fuzzy. Are you still feeling effects of that?
Fuzzy, what do you mean? Memory for what?
Just kind of fuzzy, I don't know, misplaced a little bit?
I mean, my immediate memory's fine. Actually, all of my memory is fine, aside from certain events where I blacked out. Not because of drinking, but because I was literally knocked out. But aside from that, I memory's fine. Why are you forgetting things?
I just still kind of, I've been having these quiet nights, just going over my notes and trying to understand what's been happening around here, and I just had a strange night last night, more so.
What happened?
Well, I saw it's hard to explain, but how I got here started with a flash of light that I can't quite place or remember, and I think I may have dreamt about it last night and seen something strange that I'm still trying to process, but I'm just wondering, did something like that happen to you by any chance? I'm sure we're not connected or linked in any sort of way like that, but what are the odds?
A flash of light.
Images of George decimated on your bedroom floor fill your mind.
No flash of light, I'll say. I dreamt of.
Sorry, this is strange, I'm sure. This is...
When it comes to explosions, though, there is. I'm not unfamiliar with them, I should say. And now that you mentioned that is the moment where there's not much that I do remember aside from the explosion, the cold water, and then waking up. But it probably means nothing.
Yes, probably nothing.
All you have to know and worry about is that today we are solving a mystery, my friend. Now let's go find our cohorts. Is the yard on the way to the lighthouse?
To expedite this process, what we're going to do is we're going to say that this conversation is taking place as you are walking to the yard.
Sure. Is the yard on the way to the White House?
It is kind of like it. You can kind of detour a little bit down, but still do the same exact thing. And for the sake of that, we will.
Veritan, you mind if we just make a quick pit stop in the yard? And...
Yes, please. I think actually I may have something to pick up there myself.
Do we see this?
Oh,
I do see that.
Do you see names?
No.
I do not see names.
Good. But I just had to check.
This is cool, though.
Here is, from your garnered knowledge of moving around Pale Bank and what you've seen, this is kind of what you pieced together, a view from above would look like.
Okay, this is awesome.
And so the yard, if you are at the inn, it's kind of the isolated building in the middle right here. Mordine and Pelor is right over here. You've kind of journeyed around different areas of it. Pelks is at the far end, way up here. Avelina's, you've already know, is the lighthouse up at the top right there.
Right.
With the great vantage point. and the yard is down here near the dump.
Oh, so we're passing it.
This
Okay,
area
great.
is very much filled. This is just kind of a rough idea to kind of, everything's a lot more patched together, but at the same time though, the yard is in that area, and that's kind of like that whole beach of like access is where like all the fishermen are. It is at this point, as you're kind of coming into town, the town is awakening a little bit more. It is becoming just a little bit more lively overall. You've noticed that there's a lot more people involved. It seems like people have been returning into town from Uthodurn, and you're just starting to kind of get the idea that Pale Bank is getting kind of back to normal.
Hmm. Okay. Um. Okay. So we make our way to the yard. In the yard, do I see Rurik or Colonel around?
So you do. It's Corful.
Corful.
Mm-hmm.
Corful.
And as you are walking down to the yard, you see coming from the other end, Eve and Elenia also coming down.
Hey, there you guys are.
Hey, what?
Kind of just see them in the distance.
What's going on, ladies? What were you up to?
Just flying in my dreams and landed on Alenia's house.
Yeah.
Wait.
Eve, like, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to explain
Is
that?
is that figurative?
Eve?
No.
No, it's pretty real.
No. Yeah, I woke up in the middle. Well, I was gonna say the middle of the night. I thought it was, but then I realized it was really early in the morning, right before the sun came up. And I ended up feeling like the sky is calling me, or someone's calling me. And I saw something outside, and so I went to see if I could find it. So I went outside, and I kept hearing my name, and when I looked up, the stars seemed like so reachable, like I could touch it. And then next thing I knew, like I'm falling into the stars, like they're sucking me in or up. And then I see like this whole galaxy is beautiful, and then and I see this other dimension with animals, and it was just nature in a different dimension. It was beautiful. And then all of a sudden I'm shooting through the sky, and then I drop down on a rooftop, and I'm not sure where I am. And I take a moment to look around, and then I notice a light, and I'm like, there's a lighthouse somewhere. And then I realize the lighthouse is under me, and I jump down, and I realized that I was on Elenia's mom's lighthouse. And then I tried to, sneak in through the house without them knowing, because I was like, this is so weird. No one's going to believe me. And then I ran into them in the house, and then Elenia's mom fed me and bathed me.
And at this point, you both are aware that you two haven't showered or bathed in a while, and they seem very fresh and clean.
So fresh and so clean.
Right.
After-
So we're feeling good.
After she says that story, I'm going to just kind of get right up next to her and just ask, what did you take last night?
Summer apples? I don't know. I had some summer apples.
Summer apples.
Apples. Just apples. And
Okay.
So
I don't think they had anything to do with it. It was something that, I've kind of always been attracted to the stars in the sky, and it's not the first time I've kind of been called to it. It's just this is the first time I've been able to reach them. Well,
Well, I'm
yours?
speechless.
Honestly, both your impressions are just great. It's amazing. I love it.
Well,
Yeah.
Wow.
How's your morning going?
my morning is not that great. I thought it was great, and now I realized it's subpar.
You. Laddie.
Who?
I look around.
Billy, right?
Yeah, who's calling? Who am I? I look around to see who's calling my name.
And you look back and you see Rurik.
Oh, Rurik. Yes, the man
Hi,
the man I was looking for. Hello. I apologize for my state yesterday when we talked. Unexpected.
Oh,
Uh,
it's fine. Well, me and the boys sure enjoyed it. There's a fine gift you made, and you just see Corful, red hair just everywhere in the background. It wasn't straight whiskey, that's for sure. And then Brandon's just over there
that's
again,
right.
kind of
I
doing
was
his
wondering
thing,
what.
and he's just like, "It's Elven made, you shithead." Of course, it's
Right,
not.
that's right. I was wondering what happened to the bottle, and I gave it to you guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
We can't find that here. That stuff's from Uthildern. Elves make it up there. Fine stuff. Where'd you get the bottle?
A friend gave it to me, and if I
That's some friend.
and if indeed if she happens to give me more, I will. I'll definitely think of you.
I like that lad.
Now, about the frog legs, I realized that you were not the ones who told me about them, but I was told by a reliable source that they could fetch a pretty penny, or at least be made into something. And I wanted to know, what did you guys do with them?
Okay, lads. Here's the thing. I'm gonna let Corful take this one. Brandon, if you want to come over here, the two of you have been talking all night. They were quite excited by the big ones that you found. I must say, it's interesting. And he just kind of motions over, and Brandon comes over, and he's just kind of like, his placid self in a sense. Good morning. And then you just see Corful again, just kind of wild hair, just like, it wasn't shit, that's for sure. The little ones, they're useful, We only come across them here and there. Like, I think we made some for Elenia's mom. Oh, fine lass. And then you just see Rura kind of smack him. What? I telling the truth. So,
She's a very
anyways,
nice woman.
Brandon and me, we're looking over these things. The big one, it's just, I never seen anything quite like it. It's old. It's and you could see in the scales itself. It almost has like ice crystals like embedded into it. Okay, lad. Before you get your britches all wadded up, because I can see it from here.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon
They're
and
getting
me,
pretty wadded.
Brandon and me last night were talking, and we skinned the whole thing, cleaned it up. Here's the deal, lad. Okay? With one of the arms, basically, the little ones, I can give you a pair of ice leather gloves. With 2 legs, we can make some ice leather boots. Basically, 1 per leg. But with the big ones, I mean, we've never seen something quite like that. So, Corful and me were talking, and we were thinking that, I mean, we're all kind of sick of just doing the normal stuff here. So we wanted to try a little something. We can make you some ice scale leather armor. Is what we would call it, I guess. Kind of a catchy name, right?
Ice scale leather armor.
Hi, lad, but it's not going to be cheap.
All right, easy. Okay, we hunted the damn things and harvested it.
Yeah, you don't even know what to do with the damn things, too, so...
This is true. I will not argue with that. Here's the thing. I would love the armor, yes.
And you just see Corporal kind of like, for you, lad, you've already got armor. Not to mention the fact that I ain't going to ruin a perfectly good ass and make a hole for a tail in it. And just Brandon kind of hits him. I mean,
I'm paying you the gold. You're gonna make the armor, all right? We're doing a deal here, sir. Correct?
Listen, lad. Here's the thing. This stuff, it's gonna be tight. It's gonna fit slimmer. It's gonna just. What about one of the ladies over here? I mean, I'm just saying they would look better in it than you. You got fine stuff. We made you some good stuff.
I'm going to turn to Elenia and Eve. Well, do you girls want some
And
ice?
Corporal's just like eyeing them. Brandon's just kind of like casually doing his thing. And Rurik is hammering something that's not even there. He's just over in the corner, just kind of listening intently, but not working at all.
Would you girls like some ice scale armor? Leather armor?
I can make one, lad.
Exactly. I'm seeing which one's interested. Would either of you be interested?
Eve, what's your armor like? I can't actually.
I,
Can I tell what her armor's like?
It looks like she's got kind of normal clothes, but at the same time there's leather woven into it at different points, like kind of like hanging leather strips and stuff. It looks like leather armor from what you can kind of gather.
Cool. What would be the difference between the armor made with these frog legs as opposed to the armor I'm wearing right now? Would you have any idea?
Right. What's the advantage to such an armor?
All right, lad, listen. For the armor itself, I couldn't quite tell you. We've never done anything like this before. But I can tell you that Corful I'm Corful. Brandon and me, we were talking. And here's the deal, is that we'd skin it in a way, well, we did it already, to be honest, because we wanted to do it. But we leave the scales as larger pieces to kind of come across. And then we would use braided ends of the inner legs to weave it together so it gives you flexibility but still support at the same time. Mm-hmm. I'd say for leather armor it'd be about the same as yours, sir. But the difference all right, what I will say is this. For armor, it's going to be like studded leather armor, but it's not studded leather armor.
Right.
That's at least what we're guessing. But
right.
Then when we make the ice leather boots, or for instance, well, they're waterproof and they provide better traction on ice and snow. And, for the gloves are slimmer and they're like winter gloves, but they're just kind of look better and they have the same benefit, but they don't, look like you got a lot of fur coming out of them. So I'd imagine armor made of this stuff could do something, but we're not quite sure what it is. We just know it's interesting and we've never done it. And
well, okay. So I turn back to Eve and Elenia. Well, does that sound appetizing to either of you?
Well, I'm gonna kind of take Billy by the shoulder and like kind of turn him away from these guys. And I'm like, look, you brought him the materials. Do you need the armor? Because I don't think Eve or I necessarily need the armor. So do you want to just get the money for the materials? Or do you need the armor yourself? Because I thought the whole point of bringing the legs was so that you were going to get money for the trade. Because none of us have money.
It was, but I'm curious to see what this armor does, though.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. I'm gonna sneak up to them as well, and we're just kind of huddled in, looking over at them.
And you just hear him from the background.
Right.
I can tell you now, it's going to be better than what the two of them are wearing either way. And then Brandon just kind of looks at Corporal. I can't believe that our mother gave birth to you. You just say whatever comes to mind. Whatever comes to mind.
So
right, I'm gonna turn and say, just give us a minute, boys.
We might
you
be able
girls
to
wear
get
leather.
The fuck?
This a little bit
You wear
more
leather
discounted.
armor.
Yeah.
We can definitely talk them down. But you girls wear leather armor. Would you want something stronger than what you're wearing right now?
My armor's pretty strong. Eve, is your armor strong?
regular leather armor.
I know.
I had mine for a while. I'm not sure the green is really going to be my color.
It's not green, lass. It's like a bluish black, and it's got these crystals in it. It's gonna look great.
Corfo, my friend, a little privacy, please.
Fucking green. Does this look green to you?
Yeah, I agree. It is blue. It is blue.
Do you think
It's
that
definitely
possibly whatever these gentlemen are talking about might be some sort of magical property?
Right. I mean, yeah, maybe we just have him make it, but
Well,
Let's see.
here's what we can do: is we can have them make it. If it's those frogs like lived in that cold water, so I'm just curious about what the skin of them.
Yeah, what the properties would be.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the gloves. I mean, we should definitely ask about the gloves and the boots because.
What if we turned it all into gloves and then like each of us get a pair?
Well, I think that
and,
this guy's gonna lose his shit if we want all
Yeah.
gloves.
yeah. I am curious about
What about
the
some
armor.
cute leather pants?
Like matching armor scarf so we can like arm, but then in battle we can wrap it around our
Right. What about like a bralette?
Oh, a bralette.
What about like a cute hat?
Yeah. With some matching gloves.
Listen,
All right,
lads, I
guys.
ain't got all day.
As
Let's
the
bring it in,
girls
girls.
start trading,
Let's
as the
bring it
girls
in.
start trading back and forth, I turn out of the group and I say, Corporal, gloves, boots, armor. How long will it take you to make?
And how much?
I mean, here's the thing, lad. It's gonna take a minute, but see, the thing is, Rurik, myself, and Brandon, we'd all have to try and work to get this thing done. I'd say, oof, 2 days, maybe. That's kind of pushing it. I just the thing is, no one else knows how to like weave like Corporal over. I mean, like Brandon over here, and I myself, between the two of us, there's only so much we can do.
Yeah, but didn't you say that none of you have experience working with this type of leather before? So what is the...
No, lad, it's not like that. It's the weave. You just got to know how to like it's the way that you weave the leather to reinforce it. I could teach it to someone, but nobody knows how to fucking weave around here. They think I just make nets all day. Fucking idiots.
I assure your weaving skills are top notch, Corporal. I have no doubt. How much are we talking?
For all of it?
For all of it.
Oh, I'll be honest here, lad. You're already doing stuff for us. You did bring us the materials, and you gave us some fine whiskey, and I respect that. But I just said 100 gold for all of it. But for you, I'd say 60 gold for everything. And that's a fucking deal.
60 gold for everything. Paid now or upon receipt?
I'd like it now. Listen, laddie, I'm not fucking you here. Here's the thing. This is good shit, alright? I can sell it to you or I can sell it to someone else, but
I'd say...
I'm telling you, lad, it's...
I'm going to kind of turn... I'd say if we can get this purchased on receipt, that would be, I think, something then we can discuss. But considering they said themselves that they've never worked with this before, we aren't even sure what the outcome is going to be. And so if we pay now, we may be getting some shabby product.
He does have a point. This is kind of an experiment for both of us. How about this? I'll give you 10 gold in good faith, and the rest upon receipt.
Make it 20, lad. Look, we've already
Deal.
sold you a bunch of things.
Deal.
Come on.
Deal.
Deal.
Yeah.
I grasp his arm and I give him 20 gold.
In the meantime, we're going to be working on this, and we cut you some slack on this one. Trust me when I say this. If you know anyone that can help out, though, hell, I'd take just about anyone at this point. Just need some help around the shop at least, just to get things done. Maybe we can get it done faster for you. But in the meantime, I'd say about 2 days.
Okay.
We'll see you in 2 days. If we come across someone who needs work, I'll send him your way.
Aye.
Oi.
And then I'm going to go up to, I think, Brandon? Brandon? Is that his name?
Brandon, the elf.
Brandon? And see if he has my jacket made for me. Yeah. So I'm going back. Excuse me.
Oh, hey, you're here for the jacket, right? And I think we had boots for you too.
That is correct, yes. By chance I was ready.
I was up late last night trying to get all this done, but I'd say the boots I can give you now. The jacket, maybe come back in a couple hours. But I'd like to get your size right now just to make sure I got this right.
All right. That's fine.
And he just kind of drapes it over you. Did a decent job. It looks good so far, but you can tell like it's still not quite finished. Just check some measurements. Okay, I let say a couple hours. Come back.
All right.
Can I talk to? I'm gonna pull Corful aside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna ask. Would it be comfortable if I wore that armor? Could you do something to? Would it be comfortable for me? You guys seem keen on only
Here's
the
the
ladies
thing, lad.
with it.
I understand what you're getting at. Between you and me, it kind of riled up a bit and stuff. The frog itself is the reason why this would be good is because it's flexible. It's like leather armor, but you're getting the studded leather because all the scales and because of this ice in it, and I don't even know really, but for the most part, what I'm saying is that like frog legs, the reason why we use them are because it's good leather that stretches. It'll hold up, but it'll wear tight. That's why it's got that winter property that a lot of people rely on because of how it holds in the heat. But it might be a bit tight for you, lad. Like, you'd look, well...
It's fair. That's fair. Say no more. Say no more. I appreciate your work. Thank you. And then I'll get back to the group.
Okay. They're
Right.
just going to go back to their ship.
So, what's the plan for today after that?
Exchange. Yeah.
I'll say, Veritan, like we were talking, do we want to take a trip up north a bit to see if we can find this Vera woman?
The goat herder.
The goat herder, indeed. Yes, Elenia. And maybe question her and see how she got her hands on the vial.
Frigid Woe.
On the Frigid Woe.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think?
I mean, it's as good idea as any. We got to figure out the source. We got to figure out how to take care of the problem. See how to stop it from spreading.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that was the last vial, but...
On to the adventure. To the north.
Yeah.
To the north!
To the north.
North!
Okay. So
and I'll lead the way.
Yeah, who's leading the way? Because I don't lead the way.
I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way up north.
Okay. As Billy starts to just go in a direction and literally just go kind of northward to the coast.
Time out. Before I do this, I'm going to turn back to Corful and Rurik, and I'm just going to say, excuse me, lad, we have some dealings with the goat herders up north, but I believe we don't exactly know our way to them. We just know the general direction. Would you happen to know which way to take to reach them?
The fuck you talking about, lad? What goat herders up north?
There's a goat herder up north, and I wanted to know if you happen to know.
Who the
There's no
fuck
reason to
herds
get
goats
literal.
out here? Have you seen where we live?
Yes, they're very frigid goats. I'm not one to judge someone's business. I certainly don't judge
Brandon,
yours. I won't judge
Rurik,
yours.
You ain't heard of any goat herders around here? I mean, not like, why? And then you just see Rurik just like, why, lad, I can't say that I've seen any, well, like, just random goat herders. Who told you there was a goat herder?
Oh,
Do any of you recognize the name Vera? Then
I can't say that I have. Any of you lads? No. No.
okay, good day then.
Well,
Then
thank
never
you
mind.
for
You know,
your
we should,
service.
and maybe we should go to Fenton and Irvin, and they'll let us know where they are.
Okay, yeah,
That's a
Yeah.
good.
that's probably a better idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we're kind of walking there, I'm gonna go up to Eve and just be like, "Are you feeling all right?"
There's a spry in Billy's step too, as he's like now not going north, but with the same level of focus as he had before.
Yeah. I want. Yeah. So are we going south? Because that would be really.
You're heading to the inn, it sounds like.
Yeah, the inn.
We're
'Cause
going back to the inn. For
Billy
Fenton
has done
and-
an about face, but he's still walking with the same level of intent that he knows where he's going, despite the fact that he just changed direction and had no idea where he was going.
Same determination.
Well, Veriton, I'm actually feeling really good.
Like, too good? Normal level of good?
Well, I did just fly through the sky, so I might be a little bit on the high
Was-
clouds.
You don't remember the flight though, right?
Oh yeah,
Oh, well, you do.
yeah. I was up in the sky and I was seeing all the stars fly by me, and it was like the northern lights, the purple, the green, the light from the stars, the darkness, the navy.
All right. Well, just let us know if you start to feel anything else out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I mean, she really did end up at my house, so she's not like on actual crack, but
I'm not. If I had to bring it down, level it down a little bit, I am just very happy to have reached them. It's something that I thought I could do, but I never managed to do it. I didn't even think it was possible. But
To fly?
no, to just reach the stars, to just feel so close yet so far away. I just love the night sky.
Did you take anything last night?
Yeah.
yeah.
Do I
No, I'm kidding.
to the north?
Yeah.
To the inn first.
And as you are all walking up to the inn, again, you all kind of come around to the inn. You're coming in from the backside, and there just seems to be a lot kind of going on outside. Again, that people are just moving in and out. There's just more of an energy to the city itself right now. And as you get into the inn, even from the outside, you get the sense of almost urgency. You see people kind of moving in and out as you all are walking up, just kind of a little bit in the shadow of the morning light coming in, and you just make your way in. And it's just, again, it just feels like there's more of a bustle back and forth.
In the inn?
Coming in and out of the inn.
Okay. I'm just gonna stop the nearest person. What's happening around here? Is just anybody the first person? Is there something going on inside?
Didn't you hear, lad? This family that just came in town that showed up all blue. No one's ever seen anything like it. It's the weirdest thing. We just got back in town last night, coming down from Uthadern. But I tell you, lad, you got to go take a look. It's the weird. I mean, the veins all coming up on them. They look just like monsters almost. It's unbelievable. I
I'm just
take a
gonna
look
rush
and then I
past
just run.
I'm gonna rush past when he's talking about it. Go run and just find the commotion.
And as you run in, again, you see just inside, there's a bunch of people kind of milling about and stuff. And in the chaos of it, you do make out Arl and Avelina and Elro over in like the corner just talking. It looks like Trevor has kind of like pushing his way through from upstairs, coming downstairs, and he's just like, his eyes are big, and he's looking at Elro and just nods as Arl is like, I told you, lad, that this morning he came to me, knocked on the door, and he told me that he woke up and every one of them had it. Oh my God. Oh, I can't. The poor family. Um,
Do we hear this?
you guys at this point have walked up, and having seen the commotion, you would have headed towards the group of them that you were just dealing with last night.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, how are you feeling? And you see Avelina looking at Alenia. Are you all right, dear? Is anything wrong? Have you noticed anything about you? After hearing the news right now, I fear the worst for you. I swear. And she looks you over, just like unsing you over all around. You seem fine to her. She's like, oh, thank God. If
Mom,
anything
what's
had happened
going
to you-
on?
I'm gonna go over to Trevor as well while that's kind of they're talking and just
Okay.
be like, are they still alive?
Aye, lad. They're. I mean,
I'm gonna rush up.
okay.
Just
You are
with a
rushing
yes.
upstairs. And
I'm gonna
Trevor
go-
just sees you and just kind of follows.
I'm
Elroy
gonna
just
go-
watches you go and kind of lets you.
I'm gonna go up to Elro, seeing Veritan. I'm just gonna look at Elro. I'm just gonna look at Elro.
I was afraid of this, lad. Thing is that vial we found last night, the one with the crack in it. It's like I feared. I just had hoped there was no one else that would find this thing. Do you have it? Is it safe? No one's touched it, right?
Well, we gave it. Didn't we give it to them? We gave it to you.
No.
What happened?
Veritan had it. He had kept it. Right? I believe that you had taken it last night.
No, I still have it. I just couldn't respond. I'm not there, but yeah, I still have it.
But just to,
That's right.
But
That's right.
Billy, you had watched Veritan put it inside.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Uses mage hand and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we haven't touched it since.
I mean,
Are they communicative? Can they?
oh, they're fine, lad. They're fine. I mean, here's the thing. It's slow. It's not like it's going to be a sudden thing for them. But at least I don't think so. Ergon took a month from when we saw those veins on him. I can't tell if the time is similar or not. I'm not really sure, but from what I can tell, I mean, I think we all need to sit down for a minute.
If you had the vial, do you think you could make some type of an antidote, or do you feel like?
No, that's the thing I'm sure of the most.
Okay.
From what I've gathered, and what I know is that it'll take so much time for it to kick in. Healing doesn't work on it. I've been comparing notes of just stories that people have said from returning, just adventures, and I have a contact out in Mesopross, a means of communication, let's just say. And it seems that they've been dealing with something like this. And I guess they say that the only cure was made by the Aeorians. That it's got to be something that they had up there. I'm not fully sure of what that might be, but wherever Ergon had this, they'd have to have an antidote nearby. I would hope, because from what I can tell so far, it doesn't seem to have any means of healing aside from the antidote.
Okay. Up in Easel-Cross, you said.
Listen, I know I've already asked a lot of you guys. I'm thinking of this family and what else it could do to this village. There's no ships in town. The Rimmerhaz was supposed to be in town now a week ago. Hasn't even showed up. And if we had something, I'd ask if you could go, but I don't know how to. And at this, Avelina jumps in and says, Elro, I haven't had the time to tell you with all the hubbub of going on upstairs and everything, but this morning we saw sails on the horizon. In the storm, whatever it is, it could be Bodin. I saw glimpses of it. but the Calypso might be in by the afternoon, maybe, if luck has it. The storm it seems like it's getting worse. That one around the Cape, I haven't seen anything like that ever. It just won't go away. Well, if Bowden was here, Evelina, that would be a tremendous boon. If Bowden is here, we might be able to do something, or at least learn something more. But if need be, I know we need to go to Easel Cross. And if we only knew where he found it, we might be able to do something about finding this cure. Poor Ergon, if only he was here. Maybe he could tell us at least where he got it from.
I think I might know that answer. Shit. Do I have the map? No. You have the map. Okay, then with that, I say this. I say, if there's a ship willing to take us to Easel Cross, myself, my cohorts, we've already been kind of interested in going there ourselves anyway. We, not speaking for everyone, but for myself at least,
Listen,
we can make a trip up there.
I pay you 200 gold. Not
A piece?
including what I owe you.
A piece?
200 total, lad. I've already given you lodging for a while now, and I understand it.
That's fair. You were talking about a dangerous trip up to Easel Cross. But do you know of this Vera character? I believe Fenton was talking about. He bought it from a goat herder named Vera. Have you inspected? Do you know of her?
What goat herder are you referring to? I've never. And on that, we're actually going to go to Veritan upstairs. Veritan, you have made your way up the stairs, fighting through the throng of just nosy people in town. And behind you, close is Trevor. Hi, lad. Wait up 1 minute. Just give them they've had a lot going on. Just be easy on them.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. I just have to see it for myself.
And he's just kind of like catching his breath because he took the stairs way too fast.
And it's pretty busy up there?
At this point, the inn seems fuller than usual. You didn't realize that there were this many people in the inn that might be staying here, and it doesn't seem like they're staying here. It seems like a couple rooms are rented out, and you do see people kind of like loitering in the hallways and such. It's not like it's crowded as much upstairs as it was downstairs, but there are just people kind of like curious for like, it looks like they're all kind of glancing a little bit this way.
Okay. I'm going to go up to the door, and I'm just going to knock, and also just kind of just knock to see if anybody answers.
Please. No one else. We can't deal with it right now, Trevor.
It's Veritan.
Oh. Daddy, please, bring him in. And you just hear Honor Magic kind of scratching at the door almost. And the door opens up to you, and you see Honor and Magic, and visibly, Irvin and Fenton, and they all seem to have blue veins creeping up their necks and kind of along their arms.
And kind of as I go in, I'm just gonna like poke my jacket open and see if Rune pops out, and Rune will jump out and kind of.
She looks around and then just kind of spots the girls and then bolts out and starts kind of just dancing around the room, going up and down from the bunk bed as the girls just chase her a little merrily over in this corner over here.
All right, how are you feeling?
I suppose that's a complicated question. We feel, I guess, a sense of relief at knowing what this is, terror at knowing what this is, cold, kind of
slow. I
Well,
wouldn't go jogging right now, I'd tell you that.
yes, I think we might be on a track to find a cure for this. So, just make sure
There's a
you
cure.
just remain calm. And we're currently, well, we know that sometimes the symptoms can last for a couple months or so. So you should be all right while we go and try to find the cure for this, which we think we know what the location is.
Really?
Yes. So
Oh,
just. It's gonna be all right. You and your girls are gonna be just fine. I'd say make yourselves comfortable here, and I'm gonna pull out like 10 gold, and just stay here at the inn for a while. Make yourselves nice and warm, comfortable.
where are you going to find this?
Have you heard of a place called Isocross?
Of course, we both heard of Easel Cross. I mean, that's where all the adventurers go. That's where Aor is. We
Have you been there
came here-
yourselves?
No, I guess you weren't there. We were discussing it with your friends last night. We're scholars. Well, I guess booksellers, really. At least attempting to be. Or at least we were until we turned into sideshow people. But
You are my kind of people then.
listen, if you can help my family, anything that I have, you're welcome to take a look at whatever we have, but I don't know if there's anything of interest to you, and you see Fenton go, I mean, he's going up north. That one book. I mean, I know we used it, and it seems simple enough, but it could be useful. And then, oh, what about the Boy in the Moon? And you see, Irvin just go, oh, but we do love that one. But if you can help my family, it might be of use to you, but perhaps not. It's just a story, but we've heard it's something perhaps more. We're not really sure. We were hoping to get something for it in Uthadurn and make another trade, and
Do you mind if I take a look at your collection?
well, I
I
can
would
give
love
you.
to. And I'm kind
I'll-
of just doing this all to like just deter the conversation from their obvious signs of symptoms.
Mhm.
I just want to comfort, kind of like they came here excited to sell books, so I want to kind of like inquire and draw
Sure.
that attention.
And as this is going on, one of them is like, "Well, we kind of found our way up from Blade Garden, but we had got that map. I suppose this might be of use to you."
Yes, of course. How did you get you? Did you guys come here by map?
Well, we came by travel by map.
You
I haven't
travel by
quite heard of that one, but
Magic flying map.
but we came by wagon. Initially, we had come up through near Grimgolier and traveled to the pass. Shady Creek was a little bit odd, I will say, and we kind of skirted that. And the Sevelier Wood we had to get some guides to go through that.
Are we looking at a map right now together?
He has pulled out the map and is showing you, yes. So he's kind of pointing at things. I'm looking at
can
the journal
I-
right now to see it.
Can I just kind of inquire, be like, this is fantastic. By any chance, do you know on this map where you may have run into that roaming merchant that you bought the substance from?
Oh, just outside of Palebank. I mean, they were rather close, it seems like. Now that we think about it, conveniently close, it seems. Just maybe a mile or two.
A mile or two, and I'm
Just
kind
on
of
the outskirts. It almost felt like, well, we had seen them in the distance, and they kind of hailed us by, and it seemed like one of them, and what harm could they do? So they brought up a conversation, and as we talked about Palebank, we kind of talked about Easel Cross and everything nearby, and they had mentioned that they had gotten something in trade from a traveler out there as they were heading out. And so
You said they were goat herders?
Yes, but now that I think about it, I mean, there only seemed to be one goat. Like, they said the other ones were far away. I mean, we were kind of in hills nearby. Like, we were kind of, among
the trees and the coast, but at the same time, it just seems. I suppose in hindsight now with this, as though someone was trying to get rid of something.
Yes, and I'm sure if this person is still alive, then they may have a cure themselves. But you have to understand, it is kind of urgent that you give us kind of the best mental picture you can of where we may be able to run into the same merchant that you once bought this from.
I can't tell you too much, lad. I mean, we're not. We had come up through Utherdurn, or trying to get to Utherdurn, but then the storm hit, so we took shelter in the mountains and came along, got a little lost along the way, and we tried to steer clear of the crystal sands. Just there's a lot kind of going on there, so we were kind of in the edges of the mountain range coming through. There was some tabaxi that kind of helped guide us at least over to the edge of the forest. So when we traveled through, Utherdurn's pass was kind of closed, and well, we figured it would be easier to try and hitch a ride with anything that we could, and so kind of coming back in, we found the tracks that the other glass blades had been using to go back and forth, and we couldn't quite go up to Utherdurn at the time, so we decided to head to Palebank and see if we could, well, at least make the journey with a larger group and then brave the mountain by ourselves.
So were you with the glass blades when you bought this?
No, we had traveled alone, but we were following their trail as it kind of came into town. It's
Got it. All right, that's...
They've made regular paths. We at least had enough foresight to, get and figure out at least where to go. And we had actually, and Fenton kind of chimes in. Well, we did run into like a couple of them on the way up. Remember that? But he's like, yes, but they didn't go with us. They just kind of gave us an idea of how much further to travel, and they said that we were not equipped for winter travel, which, as the book says, we didn't have the right things. And Fenton's just like, yes, I know about the book, but we didn't have the means to buy them at the time. And the girls didn't look cute in those seal fur cloaks that you wanted to get them.
Well, I'm just going to kind of look around the room and just kind of look over at Rune.
Rune is just kind of pinned between the two girls who are just smothering her with attention, but also pulling out little treats and things.
Well, this is very helpful. Thank you, gentlemen. But just know, just maybe stay here for a while and make yourselves comfortable, like I said. And I already gave them the gold, like 10 gold.
Listen, it's not much, but I suppose consider it a down payment if you can help my family just to think of us. And he's going to give you 2 books. Please save my family. And Irvin is saying this kind of desperately, and Fenton is just like, please, anything. We can talk more, but please. And it is in your journal, but are you looking through them now or what?
I mean, what are they?
So you receive How to Survive the Biting North, which is a shorter book that kind of goes in with like pictures and various things. It seems like almost like a how-to, something that you might like pick up in like an explorer store, maybe down south somewhere, but just to give you an idea of different things. It's got kind of children's drawings in a way where it shows like kind of an adventurer, but like in like almost comic mockery.
Okay.
Of like them wearing no pants and then saying it's cold up north and then wearing pants and
like the North for Dummies.
Pretty much.
Got it. Okay.
And then let me also pull this up.
And then
also
how to cast a nuclear warhead.
What are these? The codes?
And Fenton hands this to you gingerly, and it is an illuminated book, meaning that it is with the gold foil and filigree on the cover. It is beautiful. I mean, it is a beautiful book. It looks old. And it is called The Boy, the Moon, and the Brush.
Thank you so much. And then I am going to go into my bag, and I'm going to pull out a book as well.
Okay.
Hold on. Yank. Hold on. I think I have a book actually. Hold on. I am going to give them the book on Powered Lore.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And as you hand them this, they kind of look at it, and both of them just are speechless. And then Fenton just goes, I've never heard of this place. Irvin, have you heard of? And they're both immediately drawn into this, and you can tell that they're book lovers, scholars by heart, and you could see them just reading through it, just scanning the pages, and just exclaiming, pointing at things to each other, and just absolutely awestricken at this book. And it's like, and Fenton's just like, oh my, it's like, where did you get this? It's like I'm reading a lost piece of history right here. I mean, we came north just to find anything like this, but like, who knew we even had this here on the? Is this the continent? Where is this?
Let me tell you. This is where I'm from, and without getting into, well, you'll read all about it in there, I'm sure, but that is a very special book to me as well. So I hope that you take as much care of that book as I will of this one. And hopefully the next time we meet up, we'll be able to exchange stories of what we learned together.
And you see visible tears coming down their eyes as Honor and Magic are now just quietly kind of holding Rune. And for a moment, it's like the rune just stopped, and you just feel a enormous amount of gratitude and love and respect, and it just like it is pure understanding from someone that has a love for something and has been given a great gift. Thank you, friend. I look forward to exchanging stories myself.
Yes, me too. I'm sure we'll be back shortly, and you'll be just fine. I'm sure of it.
Thank you again.
And I will kind of kneel down to Rune, and I will hand. I will actually see if I will. I want to mage hand to Rune, and I want to put their book on the mage hand, and then I want to also get Rune to gingerly kind of get on top of it as I guide them both to my pocket and see Rune kind of bring the book into my pocket.
As you are thinking this, you realize that the thoughts that you're thinking are, as you had this intent, are actually being communicated to Rune. And Rune can read your thoughts. You get the sense that you just spoke, in a sense, telepathically to her. And she looks at you, cocks her head, and makes a show of leaping onto the book, doing a turn, and sitting on it. Her tail's very fluffed up right now, making a visible kind of slow show, almost like a little dance as she's looking at everyone, and looks back at you.
And I basically want Rune to go put it somewhere safely in my pocket. Like,
and
that's kind of what the idea would be.
Leaps down, and you just see a gentle muzzle kind of grab the book, and looks up at you, and then just like snakes up, almost like a spiral of light coming up you, and just disappears. And everyone just sees this visible like, and your pocket just goes flat, and they all just kind of look at you in shock. Well, I certainly can't wait to hear more of those stories that we were talking about.
Well,
I know that my life is on the line here, but simultaneously I can't help but look past that, and I must confess my eagerness to know what exactly you can tell us.
And I'll just mage hand over and put a finger on the Pallid lore book and just say, I'm sure you have a lot to learn.
Yes. And you too. Read it. Well, I suppose they say with that book, read it in the right setting.
I will. I will. You all take care, and thank you for everything. And we will be back.
Okay.
And I'll just kind of turn out the door.
And as you leave, you are going to rejoin everyone downstairs. You go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
Okay.
20.
As you exit, you visibly see several people eyeing down to where you just exited from, and then immediately begin to like just talk amongst themselves. Just different, like it seemed almost like about 3 different people were just like obviously looking over at the corner, just kind of like just gossip mongers, perhaps, but just people were certainly noticing you leave.
Okay. What do they look like?
They looks like it's just like a couple dwarves. There is a humanoid like figure over there. Cloaks are kind of up, but they're all like kind of talking. One of them is just kind of like laughing, eyes wide and everything. Another one is just making motions to like this, and then just like kind of pointing over at you, like.
I'll just throw my hood up and walk down the stairs.
Okay. Back downstairs. So, we're jumping back into the conversation that we're having with Elro. And so I think we ended with asking Elro about Vera.
Right.
Listen, lad, I can't say I've heard of anything about Vera or goat herders up north. I mean,
Yeah, you're not the only one.
we have glass blades for a reason, because it's dangerous outside. And I mean, yes, there's people that kind of, I suppose, could make a living and kind of go out there, but at the same time, though, we have goats inland and inside the confines and closer to the mountains, but going north just seems, I suppose it seems foolish and like a quick way to kill your goats or yourself.
Well, you never know. There could be, snow goats or
What
something of that nature.
led you to believe this Vera is a goat herder?
It's what I was told from Fenton and from Irvin. However, the more I ask around town about such goat herders, the more I'm doubting their story. However, snow goats.
Yes. And you just hear Avelina go, oh, their fur is lovely.
Exactly. My thoughts exactly. But
So
You-
So we're saying more people got sick?
Yes, it seems that Honor, Magic, Irvin, and Fenton, the couple that we were talking to last night, all have symptoms.
The children, the two.
Yes, the 2 tiefling children, which, thank you for finding the vial. Who knows how many more there could have been. The men, it hurts and it breaks my heart, but the children, as I said, if there's any way that we can help them, and perhaps we should keep our eyes peeled for this boat that Avelina has talked about.
Yeah, and who needs to come on this boat? Who should arrive on this boat? Should we fear them?
Well, if it's Bowden, and Avelina picks up, if it's Bowden, then he can help. Bowden and Elro go way back, but more so, but Bowden, well, he's the most interesting man that I've ever met.
Yeah, an adventurer?
Bowden's the captain of the Calypso, the ship that I used to sail on. Well, and Alenia.
And me.
Well, let's hope it's him.
Yeah.
Indeed, I hope it's him. I will certainly keep my eyes peeled. In fact, Elro, it seems, I know that there's a lot of things that we've still yet to discuss, perhaps with everything going on since last night, but I will leave you with them. And she looks at Elro and just goes, I think that they are capable, since everything so far has led us to believe that. And I know Alenia is. And she looks over at Billy and she goes, and if there is a ship, which it seems like there is, I suppose I must thank you for making sure that my lighthouse functions properly. I would be afraid to think of what might have happened if something might have happened.
As Billy blushes a purple cheeks thinking of that very thing, that Veritin.
Hand to mine.
No. I just look at Evelyn. It's like, oh, it was nothing. Of course.
Oh.
After what, like I said, after what Alenia did for me, it's one small step to repaying you both. So
Thank you.
Consider it nothing.
Oh, how did it go with the legs? I realize I kind of told the girls this morning. I gave you a little incitement talking about that, but I have to say it might have been, well, overzealous of me to just say that. I just thought you were going in briefly and that there might have been a couple of them. I told the girls that the leather is, well, quite nice and useful. And she motions to her shoes, and they make great boots, I will say.
Yeah, we have Corful and Rourke and Brown working on it right now.
Oh, that's lovely.
Very excited. Don't know exactly what it's going to turn out, but my curiosity got the better of me, and so
What's going to turn out? Usually
well, they're making armor out of the bigger legs, and
they were that big. And she just
Yes.
looks over at Elenia and Eve and she goes, you didn't tell me how big it really was.
I said monster size.
Oh,
these two, by the way, and I point to Eve and Elenia, they if it wasn't for them, there's no way we could have gotten that beast down. Eve especially.
Especially Eve, yes.
Yeah.
yeah, she seems full of surprises.
I said she can fly.
So I've heard. And she's just going to look over at Elro and say, maybe? And she's just going to glide out like, I think I'll be going now and keeping an eye out for that ship. Elro, I'll let you know if anything occurs in the meantime. And I will be seeing you all. Thank you again. And bye, Lenia.
See you later.
And she just kind of slips out as she realizes the conversation was getting strangely sexual.
What?
No, I'm joking, just because it was just funny how everything turned into how big it is and everything else.
Yeah.
Get it, Mom.
Oh, it kind of works. Olivia mom has got
It's got it going on.
It's just now Elro with you guys, and Arl is kind of just doing his rounds, attending to the inn. Trevor has kind of done the same. It seems like he's just kind of meandering through, kind of trying to corral people to the bar area and get him out from upstairs, it seems like. Just guest only upstairs, come on. Nobody likes to just look around and just hang out in an inn unless you're drinking something. So get down there and put a drink in your hands at least. And Arl is just kind of going down and just serving drinks. It seems like Trevor is trying to make up for a fat bill that amounted yesterday. So he's encouraging heavily. Mordine's blessing on you. Mordine's just blessing on your drink. It'll bring you harvest, I promise. Your beard will grow 2 inches.
Nice.
And at this point, Veritan has come downstairs.
Eric, who did you see? Did you really see the two tiefling girls with the blue marks?
Perhaps we can get a table over here, maybe in the corner. And Elro just motions for the table that you were at last night, Veritan, the one over here on the side.
I think yes. Yeah, let's all take a seat. It's well, it's not looking good for them. And then
How do they look?
well, they do have the marks that we do not like to see. Some of that has been affected by this frigid woe, so I'm afraid
The
that
veins.
they do have a. They're under some time limit now of when we would be able to find a cure. And I'll look over to Elro, just kind of to the group as well. I did tell them that we do know of a cure.
Yes.
Just to kind of appease them. So I also gave them some money to stay here as long as they require. So if we can pass the word, just make them comfortable as much as we can. Well,
we will. I'm sure that Arl and I can manage something.
Great. And this doesn't leave the table. Although we do not know of a cure, we do know of a cure.
And Elro kind of looks at you.
Just so that way they don't know otherwise. I don't want any panic coming up around
See
town.
what you're saying. From what I can tell, though, there does seem to be some cure, but again, the Aeorians had it. It seems like Frigid Woe is this almost blue dust. It seems that's kind of on the inside of the glass itself, but the glass seems to be resistant to most things. I mean, the illness itself seems to be resistant to most things. So,
and I'm just gonna kind of look around the table. That reminds me, how is everybody feeling? I know Billy, you're doing all right. Everybody else feeling all right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. But if the young girls have it, I fear that there's no way we don't have it.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you, Eve, but I know we may have come into contact with it in the cave, although we're not sure if that is truly what it was. It could have just been a trick or a prank played by the person who is no longer, just to kind of get one last gouge at whoever would means to break into her cave.
this is Halil you're talking about.
Yes, a little.
Oh yes, and she was quite scared when you opened that. When you opened that chest, so I'm inclined to think it might have been the real thing.
Did you find anything on Halil? Any answers? Like, what was she, were there any clues, perhaps?
I don't remember. I didn't search her.
Just a receipt that just a receipt saying that Vera sold Venton the blue vial, which makes me think that Halil was posing as this Vera and sold the vial
Interesting.
What would
to
be the
the poor
point?
family to get rid of it. I'm guessing it had a crack in it, or maybe she had more nefarious reasons. I do not know.
Right.
I mean, if Halil had the receipt, then
Yeah, it seems she was posing as Vera.
I wonder how. Supposedly, it's a lot harder to move with the disease, but I guess that's neither here nor there. If she had the receipt, then I guess that makes as much sense as anything. Why would she have a receipt from a goat herder that sold it to someone else?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that we need to make her to Easel Cross to help this family and possibly to prevent us from dying ourselves. And that means you too, Elro. I believe you came in contact with that blue vial, so who knows
Yes.
what
I will.
if you're
we don't know how easily it spreads either.
That's true. We
I will
don't.
say this.
Elro,
Damn.
jeez.
Who was that?
Elro, relax.
Oh my
All right.
god.
Owen.
Just
Did
shit
you have Arl's?
himself.
Do you have Arl's bean burrito this morning? It will get
Wow.
Must have been the eggs.
you. Yeah.
God.
Listen.
I could almost smell it.
Yeah, it was
The fact that that
comically
microphone
loud.
picked that up, that was great, and it was perfect timing too.
Yeah.
I will say this.
Yeah. So you're saying I've been exposed?
The first symptom is the toots.
Blue dust just toots out of his pants.
Listen. This, I would ask that this doesn't leave the table, but it seems that we are all bound together once again. I have a means of communicating with Easel Cross. There is someone called the buyer who I communicate with, and we have been in touch, especially recently. Usually there's not much need aside from just transporting goods back and forth. But in this case, well, it was a concern for all of us. And they might have more answers in Easel Cross. And I think that Ergon may have had people that he traveled with. I'm not quite certain. The logs indicate that he had at least one companion, some other adventurer or explorer of some kind. Perhaps when you get there, I'll look at the logs again to see if there's any notes or anything that I should be
I was going to
sending.
ask, is there a name of this companion?
Unfortunately, I was rushing through trying to find a cure last night, and I didn't quite gather the name. But either way, if a ship is coming in, well, I can only hope that we could leave as soon as possible. And if that was the case, and you did go, again, Veritan, you were not here for this, but I did say I could pay you at least 200 gold for all of you, on top of what I owe you. But yes, I think the more that I think about this, the more concern that I have, especially with the war going on.
Well, what do you think, gang?
I think we
Should we?
do we know when this ship will come to dock?
I mean, it should, and he literally hears a bell. That hasn't rang in a while, and you just start hearing bells, kind of like clanging from down at the docks, as you're hearing just this noise coming up. There's more of an uproar kind of coming in from outside, and everyone inside kind of like turns, and you see people shifting out of the bar. Arl kind of looks over at Elro. Elro looks back at Arl. Trevor is in a drink right now. Downs it, aye, and then kind of looks up again. And Avelina comes rushing inside. Elro, it's him. I see the sails. They can't be here any more than 20 minutes away, I'd say at least. The ship is a bit of a mess, but they're here. It's him. It's the Calypso. We have to go. We have to at least receive them. I mean, if they're in danger, who knows what happened? They brought Ergon. Elrod, I don't know what that could mean. But, and then she just turns to Trevor, grabs Trevor, who's just holding onto a drink, and he just dragged outside. Arl kind of looks over at Trevor and just like, I'd say we might need to close shop for a minute here.
All right.
Wait, so did Elro grab Trevor and rushed out?
No,
Was that what just happened?
Avelina grabbed Trevor, the priest, and
Okay.
ran out.
Um,
Yeah, so she's dragging the poor dwarf, who's significantly shorter than her, and running at full boat.
and Elro is still with us?
Elro is sitting next to you guys, but he's standing up, and he's like, I think it's time that I should at least assess what's going on. And
Yes, just give us a minute if you can.
yes,
We don't want to
for
rush
you,
it. We do not want to rush
anything.
into anything. We need to be properly prepared for this trip. Provisions. You did say
That's
200 gold to pay out for the job. Is that correct?
Yes, but I fear that, well, who knows if
I only ask that we possibly get 100 up front for whatever means that we may inquire on our travels out in Easel Cross to
I was going
complete
to say
I-
the same thing.
I already owe you 100, and I will pay that tomorrow, or at least when my business is done with Bowden, if that is him. Uh, I, you have my word. I will. In the meantime, it would take a day at least to get a boat ready, um, and that's if everything is okay. So we shall see what might be there. In the meantime, I will make a list of anything that you might need for your trip. I would say perhaps bundle up.
Is there anything that the glass blades may be able to supply us with that may improve our odds over there?
I will look at what we have in terms of our inventory, but most are wearing what they have. It's not like we have spare armor just lying around, especially that's relatively fitted. Most of it's medium armor, anyways. But
But you
All
said
right.
we could contact someone. Like you have.
yes, I have a means of some communication. I give me time. I would say this: give me a day. In the meantime, I think that we need to deal with the situation at hand, and come tomorrow, I think that we can further discuss everything. If there's things that you need, I would recommend it. If there's, well, anything that you would like to buy, I will say this: Easel Cross has, from what I know, Easel Cross has explorers, adventurers, an assortment of people. Siren Laya is the dock that you would go to, but they don't have the same. Well, they don't really have much of equipment there that you could, for instance, make. Buy, on the other hand, if your coin is good and your pockets are, well, it's limited out there. Let's just say that. So people are getting by with what they can, and what they can sell, they will. So let's put it that way.
That leads us back to if we do need supplement to our supply that we cannot receive here, possibly that gold up front may do us well in returning with what we need.
Yes. Very well. I will meet you at the docks, and I will have your coin.
All right. That is.
And as I said before, if there's anything you know about, well, the weather in general, it's here is cold. There, if you are not prepared, you will die. Oh,
Then we should be prepared.
yes, it gets cold.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow at first light down by the docks.
Yes, yes, tomorrow first light down by the docks. Is there anywhere particular that you'd like to meet?
By any chance, do you have a wharf master that tends when there's a ship in?
Yes, I will see that they're there. Basically, just meet me at the yard, and everything should be at least in that area. We haven't had a ship in a minute, and the Remorhaz is, well, late, and that's an entirely different issue at this point. So I can tell you it's going to be busy in the next few hours if there is indeed a boat, and there will be a lot of work.
Of course, of course.
Everett, will you discuss with the captain of the Calypso about our passage to Eagles Lacrosse, or should we go meet him ourselves?
I can certainly discuss that, but frankly, as close as I am, I think you might be in better company.
I'll be sure to pay a visit.
And he motions to Elenia and just nods. I leave then. Thank you again, friends.
All right, thank you, Elro.
And he goes.
All right. So to business for all of us then. And I'm going to pull out the map of the graying wildlands.
Okay.
and I'm gonna pull out my new book of kind of preparing
Oh, cool.
how to survive. And so I'm just gonna.
Would you like to share that?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of put the book down and start to skim through it, and I'll just read aloud. I mean, we can't
Okay.
all huddle around the book.
But for the sake of this, we will say that
That's fair. Yeah, if you'd like to do that.
go ahead and read it aloud either way. But
So, our friends upstairs that we should return the cure to, as I did tell them we will have one.
No pressure.
Hopefully.
No pressure.
They were kind enough to give me some of their, some tips of their travels, and this is one of them. And I kind of will start to read. Here is the book, what it reads. Browsing through the book reveals information. It seems that the icy waters can potentially exhaust a creature in minutes if they spend more time in water than their constitution allows.
I have personally experienced that.
Whenever the temperature is at or below freezing, a creature can also become exhausted in hours if they do not have cold weather gear. Traveling at altitudes of 10,000 feet or higher above sea level is taxing for a creature that needs to breathe. Because of the reduced amount of oxygen in the air, a creature's usual travel pace can double in this state until they become acclimated. Wait, is that right? A creature's usual travel pace can double in this state until they become acclimated?
your travel pace. So how far?
Wouldn't it be
hold on a
halved?
second.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be halved.
Yes, I think that's what it's trying to say.
Okay, got it. Can be halved.
Essentially, Essentially, it is
Exhaustion.
difficult terrain, basically.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, cool. So creatures' usual travel ways can be halved in this state until they become acclimated. Breathing conditions can become acclimated to a high altitude by spending 30 days or more at this elevation. Breathing creatures can't become acclimated to elevations above 20,000 feet unless they are native to such environments.
I think what it was saying is like how far you can travel per hour. I think it meant like doubling the amount of time that it would take to travel
I
that
get
distance.
it. Okay, got
Yes.
it. Cool. So I will lay that out to everybody, and I would just be like, so it might actually be lucky that we ran into that armorer who's currently crafting that gear. I think
That's
it's
true.
a safe bet that may actually come in handy.
I agree.
Second to that, and I will just kind of unroll the map on the table. Does this map mean anything to any of you? And I will just kind of see if any of them recognize or know of any of these locations.
Do any of us recognize or?
You all recognize Palebank, where you're located.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's Palebank. On the west side of the map, you can see Easel Cross.
Oh, yes.
It looks like we'll have to round.
And then I will also lay out my mysterious map next to it. So I just have all these papers and stuff around the table. And as I'm kind of doing that, I'm also, since I'm on the inside, I want to observe the room to see if anybody's paying us any attention.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
And, okay, great. Perception check.
Oh, you can like match them up basically. I can see where they match up.
Where the heck did my character go? Hold on. Sorry.
That is not with advantage, too.
So with super advantage, perception.
Oh. Super duper advantage.
Looking around, you do see that most of the people have left as a result of kind of the ship that is coming in. You do see a few figures that are just kind of looking over in your direction. Two of them are familiar just from, again, the people that were upstairs that were kind of looking at you and just like kind of inquiring into all that and just like, again, looking at your skin in various ways. You can see them, they kind of like, and then they just turn away and walk out.
All right. And then as I'm just going to silently take note of that. So here we are. And here is the map that we found in that house.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting to me. If this is the titled here crash site ? That may be the catalyst to wherever we're looking for specifically.
I have the same thought. I feel like that should be when we land in Sirenlia, Sirenlia, thank you. We land in Sirenlia, that should be where we head for. Get through these mountains here, foreign, and up into this crash site. It looks like it's going to be quite the journey, so we better prepare.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll see if I can. Eleni and I, we can go talk to. We can go down to the Calypso, talk to them about passage, and then I can go talk to. Corful, and maybe I can help him and speed up the process of making that armor.
Yes, I wonder if, since you are a man of the sea, Billy, would it be wise to possibly arrive to our destination by land, but also find another route where we may be able to travel to sea nearer the crash site that is on this map? I feel like we may save some time and travel and possible exhaustion on our own if we could find a small means of travel by ocean. Just following the shoreline.
Sirenlia is the obvious port. That's where the ship usually goes to. If you notice, there is splitting the land that what looks to be maybe some type of waterway. It could be frozen though, and it doesn't look like getting there would be the easiest. It would take some convincing to convince a captain I barely know to sail through that.
What about traveling up and around northbound, kind of into that channel right here? And I kind of will look to the kind of northeastern part where it makes that channel, like the canal inward.
And once again, you guys hear clanging outside, and then you just hear a mixture of cheering and just sounds, just like almost like an uproar. Just there's a lot going on outside that's just going on. You understand there's something is happening at this moment.
Again, this we don't know what that shore is like. If that's even a shore, that could very well just be mountainside. I mean, or cliffside. Really don't know, and what the terrain will be like. It could also be icy. When it comes to waters like that, I don't have a whole lot of experience in icy water, but it is quite dangerous to try to try to ground a boat without a port. I'll say that.
Listen, lads, I think something's going on. I just want to go out and check on things and such.
Yeah, me too.
I'm probably gonna head out right now. I just want to let you know I'm gonna leave for a second. So,
should we go out and see what's going on?
I would like to go see. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will pack up my stuff while they make their way
I'll,
out.
I'll help Veritan fold up the maps and like tuck them in.
at this point, you've done it rather efficiently. They were rolled up pretty well. The crease was there. In a matter of, I'd say, 30 seconds or so, you're ready to go.
Great.
Okay, cool. And join out with all the commotion.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And on that note, why don't we all take a pee break?
Oh, yes.
And then we'll jump back into this.
Pee break.
The best kind of break. There ain't no break like a pee break.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
If you think about
How
it,
are
we
ya?
all kind of were peeing together.
Yeah.
We were. The group that pees together stays together.
Yeah.
You know, I am disappointed that snow goats are not real.
Technically, Avelina did say that they have lovely fur.
Hmm.
She did say that. I will find myself a snow goat.
But I think
I will-
my favorite moment right now is still Billy saying, "Let's head north," and just
Let's
starting
head
to
north.
walk. And all of you are like, "Well, yeah, he knows where he's going."
We're heading north.
Such confidence.
Yeah, like he knew.
Mhm.
Like
Billy's
like,
feeling really good
like
today, guys.
north was a destination on a map. Billy is like, "We're going there."
Billy beat the shit out of George this morning, and so he's feeling really good about
Crushed
himself.
him.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I believe that Elenia and Eve both leveled up in their dance skills.
I believe it.
Probably. We danced a lot.
Yep. Who knows what that's going to get you, to be honest.
Dance battle.
Now dance for your life.
So
The time has come.
guys.
Yeah.
On
For your
airfare.
life. Just RuPaul shows up. Dance for your life.
All ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, there was a meme today, and it was like somebody like climbing the wall, like at the Capitol, and it was like, oh no, she's not gonna jump from there, is she? Like from Drag Race, and it was like you see her just and everyone's like like
That's awesome.
There's some
So
good
bad.
memes coming out from that
It
whole
is just
thing.
like-
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
God bless and curse the internet. It
Did
is
you
just
get to
too-
see that video, Ryan? You said that link was
Dude.
broken, but
I saw it. I saw that fucking video. It was
I
amazing.
don't know the last time I laughed that hard. I was tears, man. I
Oh,
watched
the-
it like
the
30
dance
times.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Caught me so off guard.
so funny.
It was
That
so
gr-
perfect.
That girl was everywhere the day before. It was on like every single.
Oh, she is my
Like-
favorite thing. God dang.
Just like how fucking dumb are you?
So dumb.
God.
So dumb. All right.
She
By
was
the
so
way,
bewildered.
I regret to say Billy and Veritin definitely missed out on seeing the lighthouse today.
What?
Uh-huh.
No, just earlier in our session, that some time was spent for you guys on things.
What, in a lighthouse?
Yeah,
Some time was spent for us.
just yeah. Thank you, babe.
It was cute. I was like, ooh, I live here.
Yeah, I could definitely see that you liked your room.
Oh, could you see the look of glee on my face?
Oh, I saw immediately. Like, look at all the pillows and rugs.
I was like, oh, I got a little stuffed animal.
Uh-huh.
Isn't it me?
Oh my God. Oh my god. My niece calls a fork a dingle hopper now because of Little
That's
Mermaid.
adorable.
Yeah. She'd drop it on the floor and be like, my dingle hopper. We're like, oh no. Freaking Scuttle.
Just
So good.
so cute.
I know,
So-
it is too cute.
That's too fucking cute.
As you guys head outside, again, the clamor, it just starts picking up, and you hear more and more people. It is getting busy.
Drew the
There's
dick
there's
on
a
the
lot going on. A dick.
On the lighthouse.
What are you
How
saying?
dare you?
Looks like we did miss out on
Yeah.
something going on at the
I
lighthouse.
was like,
God.
damn.
Isn't that where Eve landed?
Yeah. I just imagine the boat sailing down. Where's the shore? I can't see it. Wait, what's that? There's a light. It looks
No,
like
it's a dick.
it's a dick. Follow the dick.
All right.
Anyway,
Okay.
getting back.
Yeah.
Getting back. Oh, there's been
Big-
no music all
Big clamor. Again, coming back, there's a lot going on. You just look out into the distance and you just see sails. flapping in the wind. Some of them are holding. It looks like a ship has made it through this storm, which just feels like it's just holding on to that horizon, like right past the cape. Up north is just this massive storm that just feels like it's getting bigger and bigger. And again, you see out in the distance a ship coming in to port. Alenia, you know this indeed is the Calypso.
Yay.
And you guys are making your way down. Everyone's kind of rushing at this point over to the yard. You see, again, Rurik, Corfel, Brannon. You see Arl is there. Elro's there. Glassblades are there. Avelina is right front and center. Like you can see her almost pacing the docks, waiting for the ship to come in. Everyone is kind of like holding their breath as this ship comes into port and just kind of makes its way. And all hands, I mean, the deck, it's getting mobbed as you're looking, and the ship has suffered damage. It is not ideal. Right now, you noticing that like it's kind of leaning a little bit. It definitely took some water damage. They seem that they patched it up, but there's some work that still needs to be done. Obviously, like the sails are a bit torn. The crew itself seems thinner overall, like just like a smaller crew. As you're kind of coming in, people are tossing ropes, catching them. Everyone's just like trying to help out as much as they can. The ship kind of crashes a bit into the docks, grinding to a halt a little bit, but it manages to slowly just come into place, and it just heaves a bit as it just lands. Almost like the trauma of having undergone this voyage, you can see it in this ship. It just feels like it's been through literal hell.
I run up to aid in any way I can.
Billy and Alenia, both of you are on the docks. You are part of the crew receiving the rope. You are making all the ties. You have berthed ships many times before. You know what you're doing. You have managed to aid into the docking process so that you've actually made it a little easier, and the ship did not take damage into the docks as a result of your help along with others as well.
I'm just going to sit in the far back before the crowd even gets congested, and I am just going to watch in awe as this thing comes in.
Veritan, as you're looking at this, and Eve, as you're looking at this, this is the largest structure that you've ever seen, encompassing the largest body of water in a sense that you've ever seen. And the sails just feel like they could scoop out the sky. You've never seen a boat. You have no, in terms of like this, you have no idea like what size ships could even exist. But in looking at this right now, you are amazed at the scale of this and just how high up it reaches. It is bigger than, it almost seems like the inn itself. It's definitely smaller by scale in terms of just size of the ship, but like with the way that the sails are coming up, it is still a sight to behold.
And like as I'm like kind of admiring it, Rune just kind of pops out of my pocket and like does kind of like a run and then like a slow look and like stops like 5 feet in front of me, just staring in amazement as well.
And people aren't even looking at Rune at this point. All eyes are on the Calypso, and you can tell that Pale Bank has been holding its breath. It is a port village. You get the sense that everything kind of around this is built around ships, and yet there hasn't been a ship in this port, and it feels odd. And you get the sense that everyone has exhaling as finally something that they've been anticipating is arriving. And
am I with Eve?
You are with Eve.
I've never seen anything like this.
I haven't either. Do we plan on getting on that thing?
That big?
I mean, I can't imagine what that would feel like, but isn't that what we're supposed to be traveling on?
I mean,
that's a ship, right?
Yeah, that's I assume so. That's what I saw from afar. Yes, that's the ship. But is this the ship we would?
And then you just see the gangplank coming out, landing on the docks, and the crew having just held the ship, everything kind of coming to a stop, and people just starting to come off, holding on to some things that most of their belongings, they're just leaving them on. And there's just a look in their eyes that there's something that each of them seems to have shared, an experience of some kind. You could just see it in their eyes, and it is just, it's like they witnessed something that they wish they could take away.
I am going to I'm going to begin to walk down there. I'm gonna first walk up to Rune and like hold my arm down as she like climbs up and kind of like
Perches on you?
perches on my shoulder, and I am going to cast Identify Magic.
Okay. On?
Shit.
On me.
Oh.
Well, it's
Okay.
it's kind of like it's that area of effect thing, isn't it? Or no, detect magic. Sorry, detect magic.
Yeah, I was going to say identify is different.
Detect magic.
Got it. Okay.
And I am just going to walk as everybody's getting off around, see if what they are doing, if they have anything on them coming off the ship, what it may be of, what it's like.
All right. Excuse me. What is that? What's the range on that? 30 feet?
Yeah, and I want to get up to where that basically the plank had come down, and I want to just kind of maybe get up next to Billy where he's probably like slinging rope and kind of just admiring both Alenia and Billy as they work, falling into line as like militant and diligently as they did. It's almost like I would assume like watching them do that is so peculiar to me, knowing them how they've been, because
it's strange
like,
too, because they're doing it in unison and they have never rehearsed this together.
Exactly, and it's almost like they've been so kind of on their own, but now it's almost like they're like a commander's here or something. And seeing them kind of just like get into that militant, their sergeant is here mode, I just want to just watch and observe and kind of watch this odd dance happen.
There's so much happening in the throng around you that as you cast this, you make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I will also then use Portent on this.
Use what?
Portent.
What is Portent?
Portent is
Portent.
It is my new level 2 spell.
Oh, okay. Did you already roll those or no?
I did.
Okay.
And the first one is an 18.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use that.
Perfect. I actually was going to ask you if you did that yet. Excellent. So, as you feel this wave kind of hit you, having cast this in such a condensed area and never really experienced in this.
Oh, actually, it's 18 plus my modifier, so it'd be higher.
You passed. Either way, you get the sense that there's just so much information being processed by you at once right now that you almost feel overwhelmed. And you manage to kind of focus yourself and come back in to get glimpses of things in a sense. And as Eve passes you, you get the sense of like things that she carries, things about Eve. Avelina, as she's going by, potentially a faint image of something, and then suddenly you see Alenia, and you also have a little wisp of magic from there. And then Billy, you also feel certain things. You recognize the dragon spike that he carries, having been very familiar with that magic of yourself. And then as you feel around in the crowd, you almost get the sense that there's something more out there. You get the sense that there's a person a little bit further back. Then you, looking ahead, see some people on the ship coming off, and there's kind of the faint taste of something foul. And you see Bowden suddenly coming off this ship, and he is a breathtaking half-elf in a sense. He is the kind of man that you would absolutely picture in charge of a ship at sea, being the epitome of what it means to be a captain. And so he comes off, and there's a look on his face as though he had something, and then suddenly just shrugs it off as his eyes scan the crowd, eyes that have been watching the water for years. And he looks out, and he just sees one pair of eyes that he's looking for, and just yells, "Avelina!" and bolts down the gangplank past his crew, and is pushing people aside in this reunion, and she's rushing to try and get to him, having helped secure the ship and just tether it, make sure everything's good. And she's calling, Bowden, Bowden, and he's just running to her, pushing past, Avelina, Avelina, and just screaming her name. And as he comes in, he grabs her in a fierce hold, and they're just embraced for a moment, and she's just crying, and he's just like, oh, thank God, thank God. Oh, I thought I lost you. I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, Avandra's grace. And he's just holding her, heaving, and you just, again, there's this odor in the air about the ship. It's something about the people or something. You can't even quite place it, what it is. And as he's like, oh, God, I had to see you. I just had to see you. I didn't care what it cost me. I had to see you. And he looks at her, and he's just crying, and his eyes are crying. He's just looking at her, and he's tears in his eyes, and she's just looking at him and kissing his face, and just, Bowden, oh, thank God you're okay. The storm, it's okay. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. And he's just crying. And then suddenly he looks at her, and he freezes for a moment. And he just starts hemorrhaging. Oh, God. No. No. And Veritin, having cast this spell, unbeknownst to everyone, you see this odor, this sense, this almost smoke coming from Bowden, and you hear this cackling laughter. And Bowden's eyes burst into flames. And you watch as the man falls to the ground, screaming, holding his face as his eyes are burned out of his face. And Avelina is screaming as Bowden falls to the ground, and his crew is looking at him with dead eyes in their faces, just watching in shock. And everyone parts.
Holy crap. I mean, do we all see this?
Right?
At this point, you all witnessed from the minute you all saw the reunion kind of happening. Alenia, you were looking for this. Billy, you were in the midst of this, right next to kind of Alenia. Eve, you were next to Veritin, but he moved up. You saw Bowden visibly in the crowd. He's a tall man, half elf, coming out, but it was the screams that initially caught you, because as soon as it started happening, the crowd kind of parted for a moment, and you just watched him fall, and this smoke kind of coming from his eyes as they caught fire. And he's just holding his face. Oh, God. No! The witch! And he's holding Avelina, and he's just wanted one last time. Just wanted to see you one last time. That's all I asked. That's all I asked. And he's just holding her, crying, and she's just holding him, and she, elation, but at the same time, panic, fear, emotions are racing across her face, and she doesn't even know what to do. She's looking around, holding him, anything. And out of the crowd, strangely, comes Arl, of all people. Hey, Bowden. It's good to have you home. Come on, lad. I think it's time that we took you home. Avelina, I think you'd like to be inside now. And Avelina just kind of gets up for a moment, and Arl, who's like half the size of Bowden at this point, who's a huge built half-elf, dark-skinned, long dreads, full regalia, but like nice captain's clothes in a sense. But again, everything's kind of beaten about him. Like the ship itself, everything just feels like it's not at its peak in any means. Like they've gone through the worst of it. And Arl is helping to lead him and Avelina over to the lighthouse. And you just see Elro just kind of in shock. And he doesn't say anything. And he kind of makes eye contact with Alenia. Alenia, and he just turns, and goes to fall in with the ship to just do whatever he can, and he's like, you, glass blades, secure the ship, make sure everyone's safe. I want to get all the crew together. Let's see. Let's bring him over to the end. Just come on. And he's trying to just kind of take charge of the situation. And the village is kind of like unsure. And he starts kind of looking around. And again, Trevor comes in. Is there anything that I can? He's like, and he just looks. Yes. Just the ship needs help. Find whoever you can. Just. Everyone knows their jobs. Everyone knows their jobs. And he's kind of shouting this aloud to people. And everyone's just like kind of slowly breaking out of this shock. I mean, utter shock at this scene, and starts to kind of fall into place as they begin to help, like, go take care of the ship, look at what needs to be done, do anything that it needs, like in terms of mending or anything like that. The ship itself is hurt, and Elro's just like, does anyone have any trades, any skills? I don't know what the ship will need, but I can imagine there's any help will be useful right now. The crew's been through enough.
I step up. What do you need?
What can you do, lad?
I mean, I can do pretty much anything that ship needs. Name it.
Great. You're in charge.
Holy shit!
I'll get you what you need. What do you need?
Can you give me a captain's hat?
That's the first thing you ask for right now.
No. Let me assess the ship. And I'll get back to you in 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I head onto the ship and I look about.
Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
I'm gonna follow him up. Seeing the scene. Where am I at in the scene? Am I with Eve still?
You were kind of moving through the throng.
That's a nat 20.
Whoa!
What? I know my ships.
Honestly, that is the perfect time for you to roll a nat 20. Okay, so as you were kind of casting the spell, Veritan, Eve was behind you initially. You two were kind of looking at everything. Ruin was on your shoulder. And as the spell kind of started hitting and everything kind of peaked up with the noise, you felt Ruin kind of dash back in as things went south. And you walked a little bit past Eve, almost like kind of feeling out with your magic, like tendrils almost, just trying to kind of like get a grasp of things. And there was so much information, you just got hints of like this person, these things, but like you couldn't quite place the items because there was just so much going on. You had this sensation of things going on. And then you just tasted this odor, this sense of something else that wasn't quite there, something unfamiliar that just seems kind of strange. And as this event happened with Bowden, you felt almost like a tether, something that a deep magic, something bound almost, and you felt something almost reach out. And you heard this laughter. And you gather, in a sense, that the laughter was also heard by Bowden. But having been kind of aware of what was going on at the same time. And you were pushing through. So I would say you were about halfway in between to where the action was. You witnessed him kind of going down. You saw it in his eyes as soon as you tasted it on the air. You saw the situation happen. And you were witnessing kind of the magic at hand as well.
What color were the flames?
From his eyes?
Yeah.
They were actually a bluish black.
Okay. I'm going to kind of turn to did they pace past me as he was being brought to the lighthouse?
They kind of, I would say yes. You guys were on the edge of the docks. They kind of rounded around you and went up closer to the docks at this point. But you did you got a good look at the scene. Bowden's eyes it seems like you can see that from like kind of just the brief interaction, and because you have excellent investigation skills and you were there witnessing the whole time, we will say that you saw that there were burn marks around his eyes. It almost seems like his eyelids were intact, but although burned a little bit, but it's like as if something specifically targeted his eyes.
So, but he was brought past me.
Yes, he was brought past you, and they were heading towards the ship.
Was there any magical aura around him, or
Oh,
like anything he was
you
carrying,
you
or
felt you felt that there might have been something that he was carrying. You didn't quite gather what it was. Again, there's a mix, like there's a lot of information kind of being processed all at once with you. At this point, you did detect something, but I would say that with everything, again, it was kind of a lot going on, and this overwhelming taste that you had from this magic that you felt being called on and almost breaking in a sense is what really caught your attention the most.
okay. So as like it's kind of noisy and loud, I'm sure everybody's kind of funneling away. I'm gonna turn to
Mhm.
Eve and be like, "Did you hear that by any chance?
Yeah.
That screaming? Like not of Bowden screaming for that poor man, but before it happened? Did you hear something?"
I thought so. On the ship?
No, it was like a laughing almost, like a laughter, like a deep, almost menacing laughter, and then his eyes went into that blue flame. Did you not hear any of that?
Not, did you hear it loud and clear, or was it something far away?
It was it kind of, was it focused on him, or was it kind of ethereal placed?
Honestly, it was almost like you felt when you tasted the magic, you got the sensation that both him and you felt it almost like in your head. Like it was almost like an everywhere at that moment. Like you could feel a taste and a presence almost, and this laughter.
It just seemed like it was just kind of in my head as well. Whatever Bowden, I think, may have heard, I also may have crossed paths with it during my spell.
Yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything of the sort.
All right, well, whatever that was very powerful magic. I think we should be cautious, possibly boarding this ship.
I'm not boarding this ship. This is the ship we would take to um
Easel cross.
Weasel Cross, yeah.
Are we not going to get on this ship?
I figured there'd be a different ship.
I mean, this ship is clearly too big for anybody to actually use, but I don't know. Does the ocean require a bigger ship than this or a smaller one?
I don't know. I don't know. This is my first time.
I mean, it looks like the ocean only really goes that far, and I'm gonna point to the horizon, like it stops right there. I mean, if we're only getting to right there, I imagine we can probably just
Use a paddle boat.
something. This is just
And
too much here.
Veritan, as you and Eve are kind of talking about how big this ship is, in the
I love that whole
distance,
conversation.
you see the storm, and it does seem a little closer. And you just see and feel almost in this moment the sense of power and vastness of this storm, as well as just kind of seeing bits of lightning and seeing just the cusp of waves, and knowing Veritan, especially on your end, that they are, with your eyesight, thousands of miles. I mean, not thousands, but like hundreds of miles away, perhaps, to some of them, and as close as maybe a couple hundred at most. But like the point being that you get a scale for a moment of how big a storm at sea can be.
I mean, do you see that storm out there, Eve?
I did actually see it this morning. I did see some sort of storm, and that's how I noticed.
And this thing is supposed to get us out through that storm?
Well, the thing is, I think this thing is going to drown soon, isn't it?
It looks pretty worse for wears.
And on that note, you hear Billy barking orders from across the deck, and he is just shouting out for people to tether the moorings. He's like, "You
Tether the
over there!"
moorings!
He's like, "What are you doing?" And it's just like, I'm here for For the net, sir. And you're just shouting, fix the net! Like you're going.
I'm going. Fix the net.
You are wearing that captain hat that you want so bad without wearing it.
Yeah. In fact, I say to someone, "And you, find me a captain's hat."
And all this is going on. Billy, you have managed to, despite the fact that no one really knows where you came from, you have somehow found a carpenter who has brought supplies. You have found a set of wood carver's tools for some reason. You have found a set of carpenter's tools. You have found people to work on nets. You have found people to work on the sails. Although you are in need of weavers, it seems like. The sails themselves seem that they need work.
As he was barking orders, and I just want to interject real quick. As he was barking orders, and me and Eve are basically like hypothesizing what on earth this floating bundle of wood is. Rune is going to jump out of my pocket, and because I'm kind of two places at once. I'm observing this boat, but I'm also listening to Billy's echoes of his voice. So I want Rune to kind of run up and get on his shoulders.
Oh, even better.
My shoulders?
So as this is going on, Billy sees Rune come up on his shoulders, and Rune just kind of comes up and goes, Wah! And makes an imitation of a squawking noise.
Oh my God.
And Billy eats it up.
Yeah, I stand a little straighter and I look at it, and I kind of just like pet her as I look at everybody, and I kind of whisper to Rune, and I'm like, if you can find me a captain's hat, there's a gold in it for you.
Billy, in the span it takes for you to find people to work on the ship and everything else like that, you turn around and unbelievably, Rune has found you a very fine captain's hat.
Oh shit!
But is just sitting there with a captain's hat in the middle of a deck of busy people holding this thing
in her mouth,
and no one is seeing this fox holding this beautiful captain's hat, and she is just staring at you.
I flip her a gold coin. A deal's a deal.
And you see her just look at the coin, look back at you.
One gold coin, Rune. That was the deal. Hat.
And she walks over.
Where's Elenia kind of in all this? Just out of curiosity. Is she kind of still tying ropes? Is she... Elenia,
where are you in this?
I actually was in shock of what just happened, and I've kind of just been standing in place. And
cool.
As soon as I kind of feel eyes on me, like they've noticed that I'm just standing in place, I'm actually just going to take off running after Bowden and Avelina.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Elenia has just dashed after them. Billy, you see Rune return with a much less grand hat and walks over, drops it next to the coin, picks up the coin, and kind of walks.
Is it a captain's hat?
It's not as fine by any means, but it's despite the fact that it's not as fine, it almost feels like it might suit you a bit more.
I pick it up, I probably dust it off, and I put it on, and I go back to barking orders.
And Rune kind of observes this for a moment as it's like fine, like called your bluff kind of thing. And you see her again once more rejoin you, and then looking back, making eye contact with Veritin, and then just keeping her eyes on things.
So what am I'm lacking a weaver for the sails?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only thing that the ship needs?
As of right now, it seems that you found some carpenters to work on. That they are working on repairs for the ship right now as it stands. Mm-hmm. Again, someone brought you a set of wood carver's tools, but no one really needs that right now. Although you're excited to get it. And there's some things that you could do with it to kind of make it a little bit nicer, add things to it. But at the same time, though, for right now, you need more of just straight up carpenters to just work on large scale, rebuilding. There's damages to the hull itself. The ship is it seems like it has been through some hard times in the storm. It looks like they might have gotten some reefs or rocks at least. They did manage to patch it up and just get it to shore. But as of right now, there are some it's in need of repairs. Now, with the amount of people that you have at hand right now, normally this would take up to a week.
Sorry, just to clarify, I was given a set of woodcarver's tools?
Someone brought you woodcarver's tools thinking they were carpenter's tools, and they are not the same. And you and so you were just like, what? Okay. And then, again, you've managed to corral everyone that can do the jobs right now, and it seems like you might have this ship in order in a span of a day to 2 days if you have this amount of people the entire time. But you need to find at least a weaver or something like that. You might find ways of patching things, but again,
I was gonna say, could the sail be magically mended, or is it too worse for wear for something like that?
It is possible, I suppose. You could attempt to do it. You've never done it before. It would take time. So in your case, you could theoretically attempt to do that.
Okay.
But I would say most are torn to a certain degree, and they've kind of managed to thread them. And you are familiar enough with using a marlin spike to kind of rethread the ends of sails to help hook it up and things. But there are sails that just need either new sails, or you need to kind of do some repairs on those sails themselves with new cloth of some kind. It's possible that there is cloth in the hold, or that there's cloth on shore somewhere.
Okay, I'll check the hold and see if there's cloth. If there's anything, if the ship has any materials in and of itself to mend the sails before I go out looking for a weaver.
Okay. As you make your way downstairs, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Do I get advantage as well, or is this regular?
I will say with advantage, because you are wearing your captain's hat. For the time being, you are riding on adrenaline and dreams right now. So you are...
Nat 20!
Wow.
He's living his best life.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 in a row.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. So as you come down below into the hold, Billy, well, that's actually... At this point, let's drop you in.
And I will say, as I go into the hold, what do I see? Like, what does the hold look like? Is it just a normal, it looks... Oh, okay. Because as I'm riding this high, and I'm going down to look for the sail, and as I'm going below deck, it hits me that this is the first time I've been on a ship since, and there's a moment of pause as I take off the captain's hat and look at it.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, because I actually am really interested in this. So.
As opposed to what? Not being interested in it?
I know.
Huh? Yeah.
For the sake of this, we will say this. Eve and Veritan, you were on the docks looking at the ship from the side, as you can see it. Lenia, you have left for the time being. And Billy, you walk below deck, and can you see?
Yes, I can.
Great. You notice that despite this ship having returned from wherever, potentially Easel Cross, you're not really sure where it came from at this moment. The ship seems surprisingly lighter. It just feels like there should be perhaps more. And you get the sense that looking around, especially with that Nat 20, I will say this, that the captain's hat is just invoking this sense of adrenaline, and Rune's still on your shoulder at this point. Veritan, you can kind of witness this for the time being as well. That you get the sense that things were done in a hurry, as if they were a little bit undermanned or uncrewed for some reason. It just feels as though things should be in a tighter order, especially with the way that Avelina and Elenia talk about Bowden. Something seems to be amiss. Something has affected the crew in such a way that this ship is not performing as well as it can, and they have, and it is a testament to the skill of Captain Bowden that this ship managed to make it back to Palebank. Because looking around, you see again just the almost desperation that they use to try and get this ship to make it.
Do I know where the ship came from? Like where, or I don't know that information?
It is a caravel. You are familiar with that. You actually know a lot about that.
Well, no, I'm not sorry, not where the ship itself came from, but like where it's on its journey, like where, like to Palebank, like where did it start?
You get the idea.
Like where's it? Where did it travel from?
You are not truly unsure. No one has said anything to suggest where this ship was coming from. It's possible that it was coming from Easel Cross. You might theorize that simply because you know that they've dropped off Ergon from Easel Cross before. But again, you have no real sense of where this came from because, again, the ship just feels almost gutted in a sense. You could see that there was a lot of things, maybe from items and cargo that were just hacked open with the items, valuable items apparently at some point, that are ruined because they were using the wood of the crates to patch up the ship.
Okay.
I'm gonna go onto the ship.
Okay.
No.
And I'm gonna look at Eva. And I'm just gonna be like, "Come on! If this is what we're taking, then we might as well get used to it now."
Elenia, I will bring you in there just so you can see a ship. Since you are familiar with how this looks like in the
I'm gonna be like walking on the ship like this, kind of just very like as the waves are kind of, yeah, and I'm just kind of one leg at a time.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Well, as Eve.
Yes.
Meriton, I know
What?
that wood floats. I know wood floats. I've seen a tree fall into the river. But can you tell me how this giant ship is floating in such balance?
There must be some sort of magic stored down below somewhere. It's keeping us above water.
And how can you trust this magic? How is it balanced? It's so thin on the bottom, yet so heavy on the top?
Maybe there's a giant pocket of air stored down below somewhere that's keeping it above waterline.
Eve, go ahead and make make an investigation check, please.
And I'm just sitting there, just kind of like open foot, like really wide legs, and just kind of like.
Yeah.
Like what the hell?
It's like you've literally been living under a rock. Yeah. And you don't even know how a ship works.
Yeah.
Billy, at this point, you have done a thorough check of the hold itself. You've looked at everything. You've noticed. You've made a count of the ship's quarters. You've made a count of the hammocks in play, the amount of people that the ship should have, and the amount of people that came off the ship. You are getting a story in your head of what has gone on.
You mentioned a couple things. One, you mentioned that there are what looks to be like expensive items.
Eve, it's floating and you don't know why.
Okay.
Expensive items just kind of like thrashed about and ruined. Is there anything at like really that stands out amongst all those items? Like, do I get a sense of what the cargo is, and is there anything like particularly nice that they're carrying?
You, as of right now, don't recognize the symbols that they're using on their on the crates themselves. It seems like they it seems that the ship has their own kind of code of what things are per se, like packaged up. But at the same time, the broken things that you can see, it does actually look like looking at the material. It's a bit waterlogged, but at the same time, though, as you analyze it, you realize it's somehow held up to the water, and it seems to be very, very fine silk, large bolts of it.
in the box, it's very, very fine silk.
In some of the crates that were broken, that were in the ship itself, that they kind of used the stuff. It seems like it's bolts of some very fine silk.
Okay. And before the
Veritan, I will say that you're
routine,
jumping back and forth, and you actually are kind of jumping to Rune's Eyes and back to the ship, to Rune's Eyes back to the ship, which is why you're kind of off balance, because like you're feeling the vibrations down below with Rune, and then like you're also kind of feeling it up top too, so it's really kind of throwing you for a loop here. You also are.
Wait, so I'm seeing everything that he's doing?
I would say, for the sake of it, because you're kind of, you can use this as an action to see through Rune's eyes, and I would say that since you threw Rune on his shoulder, that you are kind of just checking in with Rune and just looking around with Billy.
Okay.
In moments. You're kind of getting glimpses of things, and which is why you're also very off balance right now, because you're literally jumping between between eyes.
Cool. Billy, were you going to do something else?
Oh, I was going to say, while I was below deck, I took off the cat and just kind of look at it and had a moment with it. And I, as I walk back up, I don't put it back on. I'm just kind of holding the hat.
Okay. Did you go into the captain's quarters?
Oh.
If there was captain's quarters, I would have gone in, yes.
Okay.
Water.
You do go into the captain's quarters.
Captain's log.
Captain's log, day 23. Yeah. They still don't know.
They don't know how it floats.
Captain's log in here.
So we're still trying to figure out how this floats, but we managed to steer it well.
Too much fat in the diet, if you ask me.
All right, so it seems that the ship itself was coming in from. It looks like it was coming in from the Dwendalian Empire at some point. They had made port from there. They had headed up to Easel Cross, and were making a trip from there back over to Palebank to roundabout. And it seems that they might have even carried this further. But as you get the sense that they were heading to Palebank, the logs end about 5 days into the journey from Easel Cross, where he talks about this storm, this strange storm that doesn't seem to end. And it's unlike a storm he's seen. And it's taking every bit of skill that he has, and yet they can't seem to find their way out of it. He's hoping that if he heads to the eye of the storm, it'll give them some respite, and they can make their way from there. As of right now, it's just he's having a hard time finding his bearings because he can't get a line on the stars or any other celestial object to make headway of their location. So he's hoping to go to the center of the storm in order to find a celestial object to then navigate with in order to go from there. And the log ends upon arriving at the center of the storm. And you actually see that it seems like there was a page that was ripped out right afterwards.
Oh, snap. Do I look around? Is the page anywhere around?
No.
It's like in a trash can or something?
It's right next to it, crumpled up. No.
Yeah. You don't know. What if it is?
So you look around, and again, for being at the captain's quarters as well, you are familiar that Nikki had her own personal storage, her own personal items and things. They were just things about the quarters, again, that like heralded tales. And this truly was their home in a sense, and commanded stories and respect and various things. And despite this being the quarters, there's somehow an air of emptiness, things missing. There's nothing, in the sense of nothing that a captain would have, like that would, be, I guess, part with. There's no chests of any kind. There's no personal items. It just feels very empty. In fact, even looking further, you notice that there's no navigator's tools. There's nothing.
I'm gonna
ill-equipped captain. No wonder.
As I'm trying to just get through this, I'm and I'm just trying to assess what the hell this thing is. I'm just kind of like waving my arm out to Eve. I'm just like, come here first, please, just come here. And I'm gonna like use her as kind of like a support if she comes over, grabs my hand. All right, we're gonna get through this. This
Take
thing
my hand.
seems to have some sort of, I don't know, it's like immune to water or something. It's the strangest thing. I'm not quite sure. And I'm going to look around. Is there like deck mates running around still?
At this point, the ship is abuzz with people at work. There are no crew that you saw that left the ship. It seems that Elro has taken them over to the inn for a debriefing of some kind. But for the most part, Billy has commanded an army of Pale Dank to attack this ship in any way that it can. And you just see people running about. Some of them look like they know what they're doing. Others are just holding things, trying to look busy.
All right. I'm just going to kind of grab the first person that buzzes past me. Just be like, what's keeping this monstrosity on the water like this? And just try to figure out what the heck this is.
Well, I don't know, lad. I'm a fisherman over here, and that guy down below deck decided that he wanted me to come over, and, well, he thought that I could, I guess, fish for a better boat, he said.
All right, and as he's like talking, I'm going to pull him really close to my face, and I'm just be like, you're going to figure out what's keeping this thing above water, because I'm going to be on it here in a couple days, and I need to know. So you go down below deck, and you figure out how this thing is staying above the water. You got it?
Do you want that in written or verbal documentation?
I will be in the inn tonight, and you will come, and you will tell me everything you find out. Just remember it. Do you got that?
Make an intimidation check. This poor guy.
You're trying to apparently fish for a new boat.
All right.
Not intimidating at all.
Advantage,
No.
I said.
Oh, with advantage?
I said, yeah, you're already terrified. This poor dude.
Yep.
So, Veritan, as you are looking into the eyes,
I'm
of
holding Eve's hand while I'm doing this as well.
Scrawny, young, dwarven boy who's just got the shortest little legs, and he's just like, okay, and he kind of runs off the ship, and he just like, but you can tell that he is frantically looking around at the ship and he's at the docks looking underneath it. He is thoroughly assessing this thing. Oh my god.
Is Billy coming up yet?
At this point, I think Billy is coming up.
Yeah, if that was everything, then yeah, I'd be making my way back up, holding my captain's hat.
All right, and I'm still just kind of like slowly doing baby legs, just huge baby legs across this like the top.
Okay.
Rune jumps off of Billy's shoulder and runs over to Veritan's.
Wait, what do you say, Eve?
I want to be I'm on the ship already, like you're
Eve, you walked on the ship.
Yeah.
Okay, Eve, I want you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Stop it.
She's terrified of this.
I can't even. My chat.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Eve, as you go to step onto this ship, you find yourself kind of like walking along the gangplank, and the ship is just kind of swaying just a little bit. There's people bumping by, and you slip, but manage to catch yourself falling prone and just holding onto the gangplank.
Do I see this?
At this point, you have just emerged, and with your nat 20s for being a captain and so good of a captain, you have witnessed all of this. You've seen Veritan belittle the poor dwarven boy into giving him a scientific explanation for why ships.
I saw all that.
As you see my robes like outward, and I'm like my arms outward.
You saw all of this with your captain's hat of perception.
I run up to Eve and I extend out my hand and I help her up.
Oh my God! Thank you. How are we stand on this thing?
Well, like I am. Come on over, and I just kind of I lead her on. I lead her onto the boat. I was like, "Is this your first time on a ship?"
This is my first time looking at a ship this big.
Oh man. I look over at Veritan. I'm like, I'm guessing it's the first time for you too.
And I'm like on the ground at this point, my ears on the floor, just kind of like listening to the boat.
Rune also has her head down and is listening to the boat.
I'm just like, what kind of dark magic is this?
Tell me, how is this staying afloat?
Well, it's buoyancy.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. On that enlightening question, we're going to allow Billy to give you a thoroughly boring answer, Eve, that gives a slight justification, but doesn't really explain it because you know there has to be more. Veritan, you absolutely listen to everything that Billy says, but deep down, you know that dwarven boy is somehow going to give you a better answer. You saw it in his eyes.
Do I? So wait, I know the dwarven boy though that he asked though. I know who he talked to, right?
You saw who it was, yes.
Okay, good to know.
Okay. You did see his voice, and you are aware of it because the boy is also frantically. He has somehow found not a pen and paper, but just a straight up charcoal pen, and he's drawing on the docks. Like it looks like straight up documentation as he's running by and asking questions to anyone that is answering.
Yeah. After my long, scientific, completely reasonable and found explanation of why this ship is floating.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. With advantage?
No.
Okay.
That's funny.
24, almost. I know my ships, man. I know what I'm talking about.
Eve, somehow you don't believe anything that Billy said because you just haven't really experienced anything like it. But despite not believing that, you have a newfound trust in this ship. And and Billy's amazing definition somehow gave you the same belief that he does, that it does float and therefore it is indeed safe.
You basically just got a nautical boner.
Yes. And Veritan, you heard all of what Billy says and you agree with all of it. But despite that, it's not the answer you're looking for. You already have accepted that this ship floats and for good reasons, and he gave you the answers. But deep down, there's an answer that you are waiting for, sir.
All right, well, I'm going to baby walk back down off the ship and down the gangplank. And as I do that, be like, all right, well, that was enough of that. Should we go? What's your plan, Billy? How's the ship looking? Are you going to have this thing?
I'm on the boat. Did you walk off? Off the boat?
As I'm like, yeah, I'm walking past you.
Okay.
I'm just going to be like, when is this monstrosity going to be up and ready to leave land, I guess?
Well, this ship will take a few days, 2 at least, to fix up. I need to find a weaver. I need to find someone to mend the sails.
You need somebody
you need to find someone that teaches you how to walk on a ship. That is your goal.
All right, I'm going to go to the railing, and I'm just going to look for the little boy. And do I see him?
You do see him.
All right. I'm just going to yell to him.
Frantically writing things down.
All right. I'm going to yell down to him, and I'm just going to say, hey, you! I figured it out. It's amazing, I know. But I can't wait to see what you wrote. But also, you need to go into town and find a weaver. Now.
Now.
Who, me?
Yes.
But it's Christmas Day, sir.
A weaver as big as me?
Can you do? And I'm just gonna be like, can you do that for me, please?
And he just looks up at you and just gonna like.
I look at the. Can I make eye contact with the boy?
He is dead eyes on Veritan right now. He is not looking at anyone but him, and he just goes, and then just runs into the village.
And I'm just gonna turn back, still holding the railing, to Billy. All right, what else? And at this point, I kind of have an intense demeanor because I hate this. The feeling is weird to me.
I'm going to look to Veritan. I'm going to say, actually, Veritan, I do have a very important job for you.
Oh.
All right, what is it?
Now, I can't confirm this, but there is something below deck. Something magical. I'm not quite sure, but I felt an essence of something down there. And you seem like you're quite the magic man, and I.
Yep. And I'm just gonna start waddling downstairs.
I look to Eve after he's out of earshot, and I go, and is Rune around?
Rune would have slowly been like pacing behind me, just kind of like looking back at you and looking at me, just kind of like doing this.
Okay. I look at Eve and I'm like, that should keep him busy for a while.
Damn you.
I also realize I'm still holding Eve's hand after all this.
Aww. Bless.
And then I let go and just let her stand on her own.
Well, this isn't so bad.
See? Look at you. You got your sea legs after all.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'll walk around for 10 minutes and then jump off the boat.
No, don't do that. No. Walk around the boat, and then you come back and we can walk down the gangplank together if you want. But you seem like you're a strong girl. I bet you can walk down that gangplank by yourself.
Yeah, I bet I could.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What was that?
This is interesting. The boat. The ship.
Yes.
The wooden monster.
Okay, Veritan, are you heading down below?
I am.
Alenia, we will be jumping over to you. It's just at this point I kind of want to just kind of burn this out for a second, and then we're gonna.
I was gonna ask a little like where Alenia
I know
is.
it's just so. Let's just discuss this session right now. There's obviously much that we can do. If you guys would like to continue for a bit, we absolutely can. Otherwise, otherwise, I would say that we could easily also wrap this up. But again, if you want to continue,
I mean, it might be a good spot to kind of pause because.
Well, that's why I haven't jumped to you yet.
Yeah, no, that's going to be an intense situation. I already know it.
Yeah. So I'm kind of just like letting this go through, and we can go from there because there's obviously a lot. So yeah. So for the time being, then let's just say that Alenia, you have gone to the ship, and we will be starting with. I mean, you've gone to that whole situation, and we will probably be starting immediately with that. And we might end up doing an earlier session just to kind of help dive in, just because obviously today's session got pushed just because we had a lot going on with everyone. So, jumping back to Veritan. Veritan, you have now gone below deck.
Oh.
And your detect magic is no longer in play. It has been, it has gone for some time now.
I'll cast it again. I don't give a shit. I'm going to find this thing.
Okay.
Detect it. And I just kind of want to, like, as I'm kind of now in the belly of the beast, I'm just going to kind of walk along the wall and just kind of looking at the floor, looking at everything, and just kind of, now at this point, just talking to Rune.
Casting detect magic now, you, aside from Billy and Eve, you get, again, kind of glimmers of things on them, and at this point, there's still a lot going on in the ship above you, but in terms of the things that are kind of calling, you're making note of them, and I will, for the sake of brevity, give you some of that later, okay? You're making note of kind of things that you're aware of. But for the time being, your focus is on down below, which, despite the fact that this ship might have something, there is an unusual amount of nothing. Absolutely nothing. That sensation that you felt earlier, it's almost like an echo. And it felt like it was clinging more so to the men than the ship. But you do manage to come down and see the silks that Billy was talking about. Go ahead and make a history check.
History, eh?
And Billy, I will say for the sake of this too, that you yourself can make a history check.
Wow.
Wait, is Barrington, are we all together, all three of
No,
us?
no, but Billy, having looked down at these things, I will say can make a history check.
A damn 9.
Okay.
That's an 8.
Okay. Both of you, looking at this silk, these bolts of silk, you get the sense again that it is silk. And for some reason, it seems to have resisted the elements down here. But other than that, you have absolutely no idea what it is.
Okay.
Fabulous.
I want to baby walk over to the captain's quarters as well. Just kind of like...
Baby walk.
Baby walk.
Okay. So you are in the captain's quarters.
Oh, yeah. Do I sense anything in there?
Again, the ship itself, aside from Billy and Eve up top, you don't really sense anything. It's just... And even looking around the ship with just your own kind of passive casual observations, you see spaces where things might have been. From where, and the absence of them.
Is there any... How's it lit in here? Is there windows or is it candlelight? Or
it's coming in through windows in the back.
I want to do something weird to this room.
Okay.
I want to close the windows, curtains, if there is a way to do it, and burn out all the candles.
There are shutters.
Yeah.
Right now there are no shutters. I mean, there are no candles lit.
I want to make it dark in there.
Okay.
And then I want to pull out my moon blade and see if that light has any effect to the room where there is, since it's so odd to me. And
yeah.
just want to see if there's any that could be touched by this magic blade.
Sure.
Light wise.
Okay. Takes you a few minutes to kind of like figure out how to shut the windows and then just make it dark. You get little like kind of creases of light coming in. Obviously it's not like fully like blackout curtains kind of status, you know? But you manage to make the room relatively dark. And pulling out the blade, again, it doesn't really reveal much. Although in looking at this, you have the sense of a faint light that you are familiar with looking at. And again, you get this sensation of weathering from the sun coming through those windows. And you can see the directionality of things and of color of discoloration and such. And you just feel as though items in the room that were there for some time are missing.
Okay. I'm gonna just that's it. I'm done. I'll pause there.
Okay.
I want to say, Billy, so I just want to say that, like, I've been walking around and just, like, trying to get my thoughts together and getting comfortable with the idea of walking on this wooden monster. And then I want to turn to Billy and say, Billy, now that I have become accustomed to this so-called ship.
Yep, it's not so-called, it is called a ship.
Yeah.
This water monster.
water monster.
Veritan says as he emerges from down below.
I have come to my senses and should let you know that I am a weaver.
Wait. Really?
I was scared to let you know because I wasn't sure I could step foot on this thing.
Wait, are you serious? You could fix the sails?
Yeah, but like, what does that include?
Eve,
Like,
so at this point, you get the sensation that you can fix them, but you also might need a little guidance of what Billy might need.
correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I am a weaver, and I can pretty much weave anything. Just tell me what you need weaved. I don't understand how this monster needs any sort of weaving, but I would like to learn.
Well, I go, okay, step 1, and I point up, and I say, you see those canvas things?
Ah.
Those are called sails. And when the wind goes against the sails, it pushes the ship forward.
Dark magic.
How does the
No, Barrington, no dark magic.
How does the wind know to become one with the sail?
How is it supposed to know it goes that way?
If the winds do not go in the way that you would like, how do you make it go in the way that you like?
You don't. You're screwed.
Yes.
So I must make a.
How high does the sycamore grow?
So you would like me to make a giant blanket for this wooden monster?
It's putting it very simple, and for expedience sake, I go over with Eve what I need her to do with the sails.
Yeah.
So
and how.
Sure. So for expedient,
yeah, and I explained to you in detail like what I'm looking for, what the sails do, and how they need fixing.
So from what you gather, Eve, you get the sense that you will need a lot of cloth of some kind for whatever this is. And in looking up again the sails themselves, Billy, actually looking at the sails once more, you knew that they needed work. You didn't realize how much. At this point, in looking at the main sail, has held together. It seems that they patched other sails with the main sail. It's not pretty, but they made it work. And the jib, the second sail, like I'm not sure the name of it right now, but I think it's the foremast basically, and the jib itself are both horribly tattered. I mean, visibly tattered and barely holding on. It seems that they managed to make something work for a partial jib, just for a little bit of like kind of fore control in that regard. The mainsail was just like to get them ashore at that point. They were just limping along. You need a lot of cloth of some kind.
Right. The material downstairs that I found, what was that material again? Was it a silk material or was it like a leather?
It is a silk material of some kind, although despite the fact that it has been weathering downstairs on its own with damp nature and everything else like that, it surprisingly has held through.
Okay. But the sails above, they're just made of canvas. I can tell that. They're not.
They are canvas sails.
Basic canvas sails.
It is sailcloth is what it's called. It is an oiled canvas of some kind. Basically, right. you are looking for a durable. Having innate knowledge of this, you are looking for a durable material that is weather resistant, but simultaneously can hold and catch wind to a fine degree. And you need something that will hold up to the elements, but do the job, and also not necessarily cause a shitload of weight.
Okay. I think we can end there for tonight. That's a good place. Yeah.
So we will end there on that note as Billy is conveying what he needs to Eve, and Eve is looking at this massive undertaking and thinking, okay.
Rock on.
I will need people.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Billy has got an entire village at his command for some reason.
And I have a
Dude, I am the
small boy
captain.
finding a weaver
the hat.
right now.
You do have a small boy looking for a weaver.
Yeah.
I'm sure she could use some help.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I will bestow upon you my inspiration to aid you in your task.
Play us a
So,
song, Billy.
I gotta say, I was hoping to try and get you guys done a little earlier with your sessions, just because there was a lot that we could have done with this session. But dude, nice job, everyone. That was
cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that there was no combat involved, but at the same time, though, I think that everyone did a really interesting job.
Yeah, interesting, huh? So it wasn't
No, interesting, truly. Like it has been engaging this entire time, just watching you guys all do this. It's been really fun.
Yeah. You might as well say we have a nice personality, Joey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, yeah,
The
right?
fact that you listen, you walked on a ship. No one has seen this Dragonborn before in this capacity, and you walked on and somehow took charge of it with 2 nat 20s in the span of a second. Like literally at that point, unbelievable story from that dice.
Hey man,
And the
I was
fact
put in charge.
You ran that ship.
Took the
I
wheel.
ran it.
Alenia, honestly, I was there with you in that scene. I was seeing it through your eyes.
Jesus, I was literally frozen in place. I
Yeah,
was like,
dude.
I don't know what to do at all right now.
Dude, no
Oh,
one...
I was in shock too, man. That was intense.
Like,
Like,
I
I know
wanted to run.
we ended on a happy note, but at the same time,
Like, I wanted to run to him in the beginning, but I was like not about to like collide in that like moment with my mom and Bowden. I was like, all right, let me give him a second. And then it was a second too motherfucking long. Eyes burned right out his head. Like,
Yeah.
wait,
just
what
so
the
everyone knows,
fuck?
this is what Bowden looks like.
It was nuts. I thought we might have to. I thought you were gonna start a fight with something for some reason. Hold on.
With what? I thought that's why I was frozen in place. I'm like, what is even happening?
I know. I thought he was gonna like turn into something.
Did you add him, Joey?
I threw him into the just the screen. I didn't add him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see.
I threw a token in. Just it'll be easier that way for right now.
Oh, okay.
Very good. Very good. All right.
Except you forgot to gouge his eyes out.
That's
You know
true.
what? I felt it was in poor taste if I did that.
Not gouge, burn.
They're just like
Burn.
really shittily
I'm sorry.
scribbled.
Oh,
Wow.
dude.
Yeah.
Just sitting there in the midst of like everyone and just screaming.
Oh my God. How dare you?
It was such a romantic, epic moment, and then just
Dude, yeah.
You know?
Right, like, whatever. Okay, yeah.
How dare you?
So
How
yeah.
dare you?
that actually is the most accurate one.
Yeah, right there, probably. And everybody was screaming. The children were screaming.
What is that from?
Hook.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Totally fitting for this ship
That's-
scenario.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, crazy shit.
That was crazy shit.
Crazy shit.
That was fun.
I have to say, I'm really looking forward to the next episode.
I loved Veritan and Eve's interpretation of a ship.
Oh,
It
dude,
was
that